good afternoon or good evening, and welcome to the Goway 55th Anniversary Virtual Roadshow. My name is Don, sometimes referred to as Professor Goway, and I will be your virtual MC for the day. This year, we were out on the road in Canada in the early months of 2025, and just recently in the USA, celebrating with you, our partners in travel, and our industry partners, Goway's anniversary of 55 years in business. That's right, in 1970, our owner and founder, Bruce Hodge, began Goway in a front room in Toronto. Over these past 55 years, the company has grown from that one employee to now over 750 staff. That one office is now many: Toronto, Vancouver, Los Angeles, Manila, Sydney, Australia. In fact, we are the only North American wholesaler with its own inbound office and operation in Sydney. This is good, as Goway is the largest mover of people from North America to down under. For those that may not know, Goway specialises in customised FIT travel for all ages, all budgets and all styles of travel. We are also an air consolidator. We have one of the largest group departments in the industry, and we have a corporate division as well. We can be your one-stop shop for all things travel. One of the many reasons for our longevity and our continued success is our destination specialists. They live and breathe the areas in which they sell, with many of them either coming from that region or having travelled there, and they all continue to travel, often to their area of specialty. Another key to our success is you, the travel agent, or should I say the travel professional out there. Without you, Goway would not have seen 5 years of success, let alone 55. Our 55 years in business have taught us that education is a vital component in the success of selling travel. We continually strive to be better, knowing we can always do better, and we are always training our staff to push their professional limits and reach new heights of excellence and knowledge. We also endorse and push the education message outside of our building to our travel professional partners in many forms. One of which is the Goway Pro Travel Academy. It is a key education tool available to you for free. Another is getting on the road as a team to meet you, to introduce our partners to you, and to further educate and inform you on the latest trends in travel and keep you updated on marketing and selling tips and tricks. Our 55th Road shows offered all this and more, and were an outstanding success. For those who could not join us in person, we have created this virtual platform where you will hear from our partners, tourist boards, airlines, DMCs, and expert panels. I know there will be questions, and I hope there are, so please use the Q&A section within the Zoom program to ask your questions. They will then be sorted and sent to our destination specialist or an appropriate Goway staff member to be answered within the next day or two.
But wait! There's more!
If you stay with us for the entire show, yes, we can actually track that, then you are in the draw to win either $250, $150 or $100 on your Goway Pro rewards card as a thank you for your attention. As we navigate the future together, know that Goway is here to support you in all aspects of your business. I want to also thank all our industry partners and sponsors who made the in-person roadshows and now this virtual presentation possible. It takes a village. To get us going, I'd like to hand over the virtual stage to Renee Stanton, our Director of Sales, to give you a brief introduction to Goway. Renee?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Goway's 55th Virtual Roadshow. My name's Renee Stanton, and I'm the Director of Sales at Goway. Before we introduce some of our key sponsors today, I wanted to take you down a little bit of the history of Goway and what we have done as a company for the last 55 years. Founded in 1970 by our fierce leader, Bruce Hodge, we have now been in business for 55 years. We specialise in FIT custom itineraries, but we also have our own group's only dedicated department, and we also are an air consolidator. We do customised FIT travel to over 115 countries to all 7 continents. And we also have a 24/7 customer service department. So if your clients have any issues in destination, we have your back. So this shows some of the destinations that we now go to. It's, as you can imagine, trying to have 115 countries on this map is quite difficult, but we do service all 7 continents around the world. Now, what I want you to think of Goway as is like a dressmaker. We can customize your client's dress for them. So instead of them going to a shop and perhaps just buying something off the rack, they can come to us with their measurements, what the occasion is, and then we can take it and we can curate the perfect dress for them. Now, that's exactly what we do, but we do that for your clients' travel arrangements. So you can come to Goway with your budget, what they're doing on the trip. Perhaps it's an anniversary trip, it's a honeymoon, it's a family vacation. And we can also curate anything from 3.5 stars and above for your customers. Now, we're a one-stop shop, so we can do your air, we can do your accommodation, your rail passes. We can put all of that together for you. So we become the efficient partner for you, saving you time. So tailor-made itineraries is what we specialize in. We also have a groups only division, and that team can do exactly what our tailor-made itineraries FIT department can do. So they can curate any group of 10 or more people to all of those countries that we serve. We have our air consolidation department, allowing us to get some of the best airfares in the industry. And we also do privately guided tours as well. But to go into it in a little bit more detail, here's some of the travel styles that we can offer. Active and adventure, beach, classic, family, luxury, you name it. We really can customize the world for your clients. People always ask me, Renee, how have you been in business for 55 years? How have you been so successful? And there really is one reason why, and that is our destination specialists. These guys are incredible. These people are your dressmakers. They have either lived or traveled extensively in the country and region that they sell. So when you contact Goway, you're not speaking to a different person every single time. You're going to create that one-on-one relationship with your destination specialist, and they're going to see the vacation through from start to finish. Now, they're also going to be able to offer you that level of expertise because they live and breathe that particular region. We also invest in them yearly and send them into destination to ensure that they continually are educated on the new offerings. So by far, our destination specialists are incredible, and that's one of our secret recipes at Goway. Now, another thing I really wanted to talk to you about today is the fact that we protect your commission. This is something that we initiated years ago, well and truly before COVID, and that is we pay out your commission at time of full payment. We don't wait till your clients have traveled. We pay it as soon as you make final payment. Now, I know that is a big deal to you because you get money in your pocket straight away. This also means if your clients are to cancel, your commission is protected because you already have your commission in hand. Now, Goway.com. After you've seen this, I encourage you to go and visit Goway.com. I like to call this the Google of the travel industry. With over 1,000 suggested itineraries, this is the perfect place for you to take your guests to showcase some of the incredible itineraries that our commercial managers put together. Now, once again, these particular itineraries are trialed and tested. This is what a lot of our clients ask to do. So it really is a fantastic starting point. However, we can customize those itineraries. Maybe your clients want an extra night, or maybe they want to add in a train instead of a self-drive. Maybe they want to upgrade their hotels. That's not a problem at all. We don't pigeonhole your clients into any type of category. If they want a luxury trip, but maybe in a portion of that, they don't want to stay in a 5-star hotel, they maybe want a 5-star experience, that's no problem. We can mix and match their budget. To give you an example, when I personally traveled to South Africa, I didn't see huge value in staying in a 5-star property in Cape Town. Instead, where I splurged is when I went and did my private game reserve. That's where I really wanted to put the bulk of my money. So we allow you to do that. We will work your client's budget. We will maximize it so they get the absolute best value. But I always encourage all of our travel advisors, before you contact Goway, please go to Goway.com. Get some ideas. Maybe they're asking for different countries, a honeymoon in Thailand, Indonesia, or Greece. Not a problem. That is all on goway.com. A great starting point, but almost like the brochure as well. All that information is there. Now, education. I'm a firm believer in education because knowledge is power. We've invested in Goway on a Goway Pro Travel Academy. This has been in the making now for 4 years. We feature over 60 different countries in this program. Each country that you do training on is about the country. It is not about Goway. For argument's sake, if you have a client and you want to learn more about Australia, you can log in and we're going to tell you all the ins and outs about the country. We're going to break it down to the state level for you. We're going to tell you how your clients get there, what we recommend they do. It really is a fabulous tool to help educate you on the countries that we serve. So once again, I encourage you after this to go and visit gowaypro.com. This is our dedicated page just for you, just for travel advisors. You're going to find education there and you'll be able to log into our travel academy, but you're also going to find incentives. Speaking of incentives, we have the Goway Pro Rewards card. This card was decided upon from your feedback. We heard from so many people, they're sick of getting kettles. They don't want a points program where they can purchase things that they don't really need. What's important to them is cash. So this Goway Visa Reward program allows you to earn cash back on every single booking you do with Goway. That money goes directly on a Visa or a MasterCard. And then as long as a Visa or a MasterCard, you can pay using that, then you can use it. Someone told me recently that they actually use their Visa Pro rewards money to pay for their utility bill. You can use it for groceries, gas at the gas station, or perhaps you want to save it and put it towards a business class ticket for your next trip. Anywhere Visa and MasterCard is accepted, you can use your Goway Pro rewards on. Now, FAMs, we always hear that you would love to go on FAMs. So we have created a program that every single person has the opportunity. It's called our Passport to a Free FAM. All you need to do is simply sell 5 out of the 7 regions that we sell in a calendar year, and you will be going on a FAM on Goway. To give you an idea, some of the destinations we've been to: Australia, Kenya, Thailand, Brazil, just to name a few. They're incredible FAMs and they do include international air. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce you to my incredible team. I'm sure some of these faces are very familiar. You can find all of this information that we've discussed today at gowaypro.com. Now, without any further ado, I want to get this roadshow kicked off, so I'm going to hand it over to our platinum sponsor, Turkish Airlines.
Thanks, Renee. As I mentioned in my introduction, it takes a village. And part of that village are our in-destination partners, tourist boards and airlines. An amazing supporter throughout our roadshows has been Turkish Airlines. And I would like to thank them for their support and welcome them to our virtual day as our platinum sponsor. The following presentation was actually filmed at our LA show, and your presenter is Fatih Mehmet Kusan, General Manager of Turkish Airlines, Los Angeles. Enjoy.
The next 20 minutes of this room, and the floor, sir, are yours, Turkish Airlines. And Father, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ian. I have 2 microphones. I'm not sure which one I'm going to use, but let's try both. So, okay. So my name is Fatih Mehmet Kurşun. I'm not used to seeing my picture on the big screen, but I think I have to get used to it. I'm the Turkish Airlines General Manager for Los Angeles office. We are very happy. I'm honored to be here today, to be part of this event, to be speaking in front of you. I didn't expect Bruce, to be honest. Actually, I'm a bit nervous, but to learn about the history of Goway and this success story has been a big inspiration for me, and then to listen it from Bruce has been even a better experience. I feel really privileged that that I'm here today. So I want to talk to you about Turkish Airlines a little bit. So we fly to 122 countries and to 290 destinations. We fly to more countries than any other airline. We have the Guinness record, world record, which has been certified, I think, last year. And so we have the largest international network. So a lot of the destinations that Ian mentioned, Ghana, I want to go to Ghana so badly, actually. So we fly there. And he mentioned Jordan, he mentioned... I heard Dubai. So basically all those destinations, you can fly on Turkish Airlines to those places. So this is our network in depth. By the way, you don't need to take notes because my sales manager Murat is going to be here during the roundtable meeting. So if you want to check a few things, details and everything, you can look at those numbers with him as well. So our network is quite strong, we believe, in Africa, in Middle East and in Europe. Not that we are not strong in Americas, but this is where we are mostly focused. Our hub is Istanbul. Goway didn't mention Istanbul, which is a bit, okay, but I have to mention it. I have to mention that they didn't mention it, but where you see the Turkish Airlines little logo, this is where Istanbul is located. And so this is how our fleet is 463 aircraft. The fleet age is 8.3. It's one of the youngest fleet in the world, and we keep getting new and new aircraft all the time. So as you see, it's plus 100 only in 2025. Our chairman just announced that we're going to reach to 800 aircraft in 2033, which is 8 years from now. So we'll see how that goes. So basically, this is our fleet growth. As you see, it's an exponential growth. One thing that's interesting, you can see how we grew since COVID. So Turkish Airlines is one of the airlines whose growth was hindered by COVID. I think I don't want to say it was a blessing for us, but still it was a challenge, and I believe we managed to overcome that challenge. So this is the passenger growth as well. So we are around like 80-90 million passenger per year. You can see that we have a lot of domestic traffic too. I know for American carriers this is a very common phenomenon. A lot of their markets is domestic, but for the Middle Eastern carriers like Emirates, Qatar, let's mention our competitors as well. They don't have any domestic network. For us, it's a good thing that it's a good combination. So it's like for every one domestic passenger, we have I think 2 international passengers. It's a good combination. So this is our network. The circle is, so basically that huge dot you see over there is Istanbul. And the bright part of the circle, the inside, is the destinations you can fly to only in 4 hours or less, which means that, a narrow body will take you there. So our advantage is that, we are really geographically close to all those destinations. So we can use a small aircraft, save a lot of cost, and take you to your final destination. I mean, you can go to London. I think Dubai is a little bit outside of the circle. Italy, yesterday I was talking to a travel agency, and he told me, American passengers, they don't know that Italy is really close to Turkey, and it makes sense to fly from the US to Istanbul and from Istanbul to Italy. It's 2 hours to go to Rome from Istanbul. It's really, really that close. So please consider us for Italy as well, one of my favorite countries. So this is our network in the US. I think I have to click, okay, it's coming by itself. Perfect. One thing I like about this is I'm gonna tell you a story which is a true story. So I started working for Turkish 14 years ago, and exactly 11 years ago I came to Los Angeles, part of a project. So we were visiting travel agencies and talking to them about Turkish Airlines growth and everything. At that time we had daily flights between Istanbul and Los Angeles, and it was a big thing. People were surprised. Wow, Istanbul to Los Angeles daily, how many hours is this? 13 and a half to 14 and everything. And they saw it as a huge success. So for 10 years, I wasn't in America. I was in Kenya, Mauritius, Madagascar, Seychelles. Then I came back to the States. I was in San Francisco initially, and I visited the same agencies. Some of them remembered me actually, and I told them, you remember me, that maybe you won't remember what I told you 10 years ago. One flight to LA was a big success. Now I'm back, 10 years later. LA 17 flights per week. San Francisco 14 flights per week, Seattle 10 flights per week, Denver 7 flights per week in the high season. So this is how much we added. It's a sevenfold. It's 7 times more capacity we are offering on the West Coast. And I'm going to include Denver to the West Coast as well. It's one of the regions that I cover. So this is how much we managed to grow. So the agencies who relied on us, who trusted us, I believe some of them, they grew their business 7 times as well. So we are going to keep growing. Our chairman announced recently that Minneapolis is going to be our next destination. So for now, we have Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, Dallas, Houston, Miami, Atlanta, DC, New York, JFK, Boston, Detroit, and Chicago. There are a few good candidates. I'm not going to mention them since the chairman said it's going to be Minneapolis. We don't know yet when, but it's going to come eventually. So this is Canada. I know Goway is mostly in Canada. I hear some Canadian accents, so I believe that some people are from Canada in here. So we have Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal. We don't have an open sky agreement. I mean, Turkish Civil Aviation and Canadian Civil Aviation, they don't have an open sky agreement, so our frequencies are a bit limited. They are a lot more protective than the US, as you know better than I do probably. We hope that we are going to grow in there as well. So I'm going to continue. Istanbul Airport. How many of you has been to Istanbul Airport? Okay, good number. I assume you all flew on Turkish Airlines. I'm not going to ask that question. So in case you didn't, I don't want to embarrass myself. We moved to our new airport in 2019. National Geographic has a documentary that's called The Great Move. It was an amazing thing. I was part of that operation. I don't want to go through that again. It's been one of the most difficult and tiring and challenging periods of my life. Then COVID hit. But still, we managed to be, right now, I believe we are the largest airport in Europe. We are bigger than Heathrow. So it's 83 million passengers per year, I believe. So like Atlanta is like 107. I think we are like slightly more than LAX. I mean, we are between Denver and Dallas kind of thing. So it's a huge airport. If you haven't been there, maybe today you're going to win an opportunity to go and visit the airport by yourself. So yeah, so this is all the technical details about the airport. I'm not going to go into too much details. If you are interested in those things, Murat has the numbers. Murat is that gentleman over there who's watching me. So yeah, so this is what we have at the airport. One thing I like is the pet check-in thing. So for all your passengers who want to travel with pets, we have a pet check-in counter so they can go there and finish their transactions. Yeah. So we have a beautiful lounge. Actually, we have multiple lounges, for loyalty card holders, for business class passengers and everything. This one is one of the nicest one. The catering is amazing. It's local, Turkish. What do you know about Turkish food? I don't know. Maybe like pide and lahmacun and all the beans and everything. It's an amazing place. Go there, enjoy that place as well. I mean, so these are again some more technical details about the lounges that we have. There's a domestic lounge too. So Murat is gonna give you all the information. So this is the economy configuration of our 777. I believe that most of your passengers are business class passengers. So I'm gonna skip that part and I'm gonna go to business class. Right now in LA we have 777 with 49 business class seats and 300 economy seats. We have Dreamliners as well, 787 with 30 business class seats and 270 business classes. So this is what we have in Los Angeles. In America, you can also find A350s as well, which is 32 business class seats and 297 economy class seats. Some people prefer the new generation aircraft business class configuration. I'm an old school guy. I somehow like the other ones. I don't like the booth configuration. I like to have my space. I don't know, I'm different. I'm not American, obviously. So let's see. So this is also the Dreamliner's economy class configuration. So this is how so. So this is the new business class configuration. It's more private, it's more reserved, but there's less opportunity to socialize with other people. So if you're on a honeymoon, for instance, you won't see your partner, which might be good or I don't know, depending on how the chemistry is between the couple. But anyway, so crystal suits are gonna be they're gonna come to our fleet in mid 2026. These are gonna be for our 777s. So unfortunately the headquarters wants to make everything like cubicle format, so they said that they're gonna use this. So yeah, I think we have a video about that crystal suit in the next slide.
Welcome to the brand new Turkish Airlines business class. everything is more airy, flowy, and brighter? Isn't it just perfect?
I'll be the judge of that.
Well, I really hope you enjoyed the new seat design. It's a lot more comfortable, wider and longer.
For big blokes like me.
Settling into the new honeymoon suite? Enough space for the three of you?
Ask for yourself.
And that's the award-winning meal prepared for you by the flying chef. And they're also designed with detailing of
Rose gold. Marble.
Look at those beautiful pink clouds. Every window suite has full visibility, and the side tables have wireless charging. There are cabin doors for privacy and in-flight entertainment for the whole family.
I like the bigger screen.
I love a bigger screen.
Ice cream?
Well, big 22-inch screens, actually. Ooh, look, here comes your ice cream, ma'am. All these features are designed with passenger feedback. So, what do you think?
I love it.
Everyone's a critic. The new business class suite, designed from scratch based on real passenger feedback. By Turkish Airlines.
Okay. Thank you. So this is our catering. We have a flying chef who's not gonna cook for you. Well, I'm not gonna lie, but he's gonna prepare your food for you on board. It's a good experience. Last week, we were in Long Beach at Apex Award ceremony, and we just won the award Best Business Class Execution. And they told me it's how the meals are prepared and presented. So we have another award for Best Business Class Catering, but the execution part is interesting because basically I believe you know how to serve it to the client. So these are some images from our board catering as well. This is some information about in-flight entertainment, that certain digital newspapers and magazines, you can download them in advance and then enjoy them afterwards as well. So this is our flight business amenity kits. Again, I'm not gonna talk about the details, and my sales guy is gonna give you all the details if you have any questions on that. Travel with Path it's a big deal in America. I mean, when I was in Africa, I didn't have this problem. American passengers, you know, they have their service animals, pets, and sometimes they're too big. We have to take them on the cargo compartment and everything. So I know it's a topic for you as well. So we have the pet lounge to Istanbul Airport. I forgot to mention that. I'm sorry. So the exclusive drive, depending on the final destination of your passengers, if they're in business class, they can enjoy a complimentary ride after 35 miles. There's a link over there that my salesperson is going to share with you. You can click and see if it's of any interest for you. We have a loyalty program, Miles and Smiles. It's also, like, I don't want to say it's integrated with United, but of course we are in the same alliance, so you can earn miles on Turkish, spend them on United, you can earn miles on United, or ANA, or Air Canada. Air Canada as well, of course, we have Canadian passengers too, so basically you can mix and match. And this is our branded card, Miles and Smiles. It's a very new card. We have over 12,000 members for now, so it's a card that we are also promoting. Please let us know if you want to do something about it as well, so we can talk in detail. And stopover is one of the best thing. All your passengers, regardless of the final destination, as long as they fly from America to any beyond Turkey destinations, economy class passengers 2-night complimentary accommodation in Istanbul, business class passengers 3-night complimentary accommodation in Istanbul. 5-star for business class, 4-star for economy. Please use this. It's a long flight. People are gonna fly for 13 hours. Unless they're going to a funeral, God forbid, let them enjoy Istanbul. If they're not in a hurry, tell them, stay in Istanbul. Turkish Airlines is gonna cover the cost of your stay. See that beautiful city. If they don't have time, then they can use Tour Istanbul, which they have like 10 hours, 12 hours. Then instead of going to a hotel and waste their day, they can enjoy a free complimentary city tour by Turkish Airlines. please check the details with us as well. So this is things that I just mentioned. These are our co-chair partners. There are more things that are going to come, but I'm not allowed to disclose those information. But all good things. We'll have more. We believe interland connectivity is important for American passengers. Not everyone flies from the destinations that we fly to. We need to take them to Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, to Minneapolis, Phoenix, Arizona. We get those demands. So we have some good news coming up as well on this thing too. So I have 4 minutes. Okay, we have good IT rates. I'm gonna list the destinations. These are discounted rates with ticket flexibility and everything. Please check with my team. One thing which is important, I want to show you something. So these are the destinations for which we are offering IT fares. If you believe that there is a city, there's a destination that you believe there's a huge IT potential, if you tell us, I have passengers going to, I don't know, I mean, what's not included in there? Is Rwanda there? Kigali there? I don't know. Okay, I have people going to Kigali, but it's not in there. We'll update our list. So we'll help you. Please check it with us. This whole thing, we'll check with the Goway team, and I'm sure they're going to be kind enough to share the presentation with you so that you read all these things in detail. I have only 3 minutes left. I don't have time to talk about all those things. And yeah, sustainability is an important thing for us. Apex last week, they mentioned us as a 5-star airline and as the most sustainable airline in the world. Also, World Finance gave us this award. We know which is an important thing for American passengers. They like to be environment friendly. So I think I have one video and then I'm done. Let's see. Yeah. So this is it. Thank you very much again for listening to me. Some people say I speak too fast. You managed to understand me. I want to thank the Goway team, to Bruce for being here with us, to Craig, to Ian, to Dawn, to every single person who made us part of this event. It's a beautiful event. We are going to be here, till 4. So for any questions, please get in touch with us. And we are going to have a lucky draw. I'm not going to be here when we have this thing. It's going to be 2 business class tickets to Istanbul. So, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, Turkish Airlines. We really appreciate your support. Goway has over 750 employees, and that equals an absolute plethora of in-house experience and knowledge on the travel industry. We would like to pass on some of that knowledge to you, courtesy of our first panel.
Good morning, good afternoon, good day, and welcome to Goway's 55th Virtual Anniversary Roadshow. Today I'm joined with 3 experts, and I'd like to introduce you. On my right, I have Shirley, who is the VP of our Groups Only division. In the center, we have Mark, Rose Amongst the Thorns. He is VP for Europe North. And Risa on my left is VP of Europe South. So, travel is transforming at a breakneck speed, from AI impacts to sustainability tourism to tourism for local immersive experiences and many other trends. So today, my expert panel is going to unpack some of these emerging trends that are going to shape travel in 2026. Basically, what travelers want, how the industry is adapting, and where we are headed next. Goway's embraced sustainability as a very core aspect of our business. So, Mark, I'm going to start with you. What new practices or innovations have emerged in the past year?
I would say from a tourism perspective, we've gotten better at putting metrics behind sustainability, right? We're not just now ticking boxes to meet criteria. Now we've actually been really good at measuring, for instance, our carbon footprint. That's something that due to technology and practices over the years, we've gotten very good at nailing down how much carbon emission we have. So whether you're staying at a hotel or you're flying, and there are real actions that can be done once you measure something, right? So now we're seeing hotels and airlines and transport companies where you can give back your carbon emission and reduce that and counteract a lot of that. So there are measures that come into play. So that's one in terms of technology where it's helping us in sustainability.
So, Mark, what are the major drivers between the growing shift towards experiential and authentic journeys as opposed to the old bucket list destinations?
Right, that's a great question. I think now we're seeing a shift in terms of our travelers from becoming just observers to participants. I think that's the most important thing in travel right now, where you're feeling a connection, not just with the place that you're visiting, but more so with the people that you're encountering. So you're not just now seeing things, you're experiencing things, whether it's through food, whether it's through meeting the locals, having dinner or lunch or a meal in their own homes, going through a place where you're just participating in events. Like, I think now there's a shift from just seeing, let's say, the Eiffel Tower and now being immersed in the Parisian culture. Right?
You know, I love that. It's conscious exploration almost.
Exactly.
So, Risa, continuing with the sustainable and conscious exploration, how are travelers balancing the eco-friendly and the low-impact options with their desire for comfort and luxury?
Well, yeah, I mean, as Mark has mentioned, I think the data is really important here. I think it's making people ask more questions about their travel. So they're asking more questions, they're seeing more options available. A lot of our partners are contracting new hotels that are eco-friendly, sustainable. So all of these things are really important for the traveler. So I wouldn't say, they're asking a huge amount of questions, but they're starting to ask questions. So I think there is a shift happening, which is great to see. I think we're all moving in that direction. So it's a balance of both comfort, looking for comfort, and as well as intentional, conscious actions.
I love that. And you talk about intentional. Something that has been an unintended consequence of the popularity of so many of the destinations that we travel is over-tourism. So there's been a lot of talk about two terms. One is destination dupes and the other is twin travel. Can you give us some examples of what this would look like?
Yeah, I love that term, destination dupes. So we're seeing a lot. There's been a lot of articles, a lot of conversations about that. So as VP Europe, I mean, a destination dupe would be something like, the heavily populated Venice. I love Venice, Italy. But also, going to Bruges, Belgium, which is known for its canals, or Aveiro in Portugal, which is also known for its canals and mini bridges. Another destination destination dupe, I mean, we're seeing a huge amount of tourism in Japan right now, which is causing a lot of availability issues and hotel issues. So maybe other destinations like South Korea or Vietnam are other alternatives. In other areas that I could mention, you know, from my other colleagues in different regions, Egypt is quite popular, but another alternative that's getting more and more popular is Morocco. They share the same culture, the same rich history, you know, so there's a lot of different options now that travelers have, you know, moving from the, you know, more well-known destinations into the lesser-known destinations, I think, which is great. You know, definitely social media has a lot to do with it, as well as more people are discovering these off-the-beaten-path destinations.
No, I really love that. And again, coming back to the intentional travel, very much the over-tourism does not sit well with sustainability. So I think in terms of sustainability, what role do local communities play in terms of the future of sustainable travel?
Oh, I think they play a huge role. As Mark mentioned before, people are looking for more authentic experiences. So they're going into the communities, they're participating in, you know, local food tours that go into neighborhoods that they would have never ventured off. They want to get to know the local people, understand their story. So I think that it's going to be a mix, more so that it's a mix of both seeing, you know, the top destinations which are a must, and as well incorporating some of the local experiences. And you know, that's what creates, I think, memories and, you know, something to talk about. So it's a mix of both.
And I just want to add to that, and now we are seeing quite a lot of hotels and properties where they engage in the communities now, because they are, you know, operating in their land. So whether it's in Africa or in Europe or in Asia, when you have a property that's boutique and small, we're seeing a lot of these really cool small boutique properties engaging in their local communities, asking them, hey, is this right for our community where we live? Are these activities okay with you guys? So we're seeing that engagement, and it's very important because a lot of our clients, your clients, want us to do the research in terms of finding these sustainable hotels. And there are, as I said, metrics to that, but there's also the practicality involved. Are they actually reaching out to the local communities? Are they actually engaging, you know, the village or the community? Do they get involved, right? Do they employ, you know, a lot of people say, hey, we employ locals, but are they employing folks from like 200 kilometers away, or are they employing people from within the community, right? In Africa, this is very prevalent, where now you have lodges where they're employing people from within the village, where they can go home at night and hang out with their family and spend time together, rather than staying at the lodge for, you know, 6 weeks at a time and going home for 2 weeks. Now that's changing a little bit.
Mark, I'm so glad you brought up Africa. I think there are areas, particularly Kenya, which is a pioneer in leading the way, where they, in fact, the communities own the lands that the conservancies sit on, and they earn money from every single tourist that goes in. And so that has gone such a long way in terms of preventing poaching and having them very much involved in the community. So I think it's really, really important. So thanks for bringing that up. Shirley, there's a lot of talk about multi-generational travel and why they travel and celebration travel. In what ways are travel experiences evolving for families and multi-generations?
Very similar to what Mark was saying. Travel for families and multi-generational groups have shifted from wanting to visit just the landmarks and the highlights to wanting to create those deeply meaningful shared experiences. So people, travelers today want to connect to each other, particularly in the groups world, want to connect to each other as well as the destination in very authentic ways. Focusing more on memorable experiences opposed to ticking those boxes. And when it comes to these multi-generational trips, they're designed to bring the generations together and immerse them in activities that all ages can enjoy.
That, talking of all ages, I've heard you talk about celebration travel, families that are traveling for milestone birthdays or reunions, or how are agencies and destinations catering to that type of travel?
It's really about transforming those important life milestones into unforgettable adventures. So it's not just about a birthday party, it's about a shared adventure. And these adventures they're highly personalized, combining culture and their personal interests. And of course, they have to have that wow moment, which is Instagrammable. So from a group's perspective, some examples that we've done for major celebrations, it could be champagne, sunset, dinner while on safari out in the bush, a private yacht in Dubai for an anniversary celebration, a family reunion in Ghana where they're tracing their roots and participating in a special naming ceremony, or a full day in Tuscany wine touring with a photographer to record those moments. We've even done bachelor parties in Barcelona with a club hopping bus and their cocktails on rooftop patios. And one of my most favorite was the Halloween-themed party in a Romanian castle. So really,
Love that. Wow.
the celebrations really are immersive and one of a lifetime experiences, bringing people together.
So talking of experiences, Shirley, thank you. That was very true. And what you're seeing in groups, I think we're seeing in FIT as well. Rita touched on very much the different reasons for people travel. And I'm going to ask you further on that. What other factors are driving the popularity of slow travel and stay a while itineraries? Are travelers really seeking less but deeper exploration? Is this a real trend?
Yeah, I think, what you said at the very end, deeper exploration. So they're not necessarily seeing less. I think the big sites will always be there. The Big Ben, the Eiffel Tower, the Roman Colosseum, those will always exist, and those will always be top of the list for a reason. But I think people are looking instead to take their time now, instead of rushing through a destination over 10 days, maybe staying in one or two destinations and really exploring, going into the neighborhoods, talking to the local people. I would say that, this really changed. It was really evident after COVID, if I can say that, where I think people reflected a lot on the busyness of their life, and they really understood, the intention that it takes to, slow down and to really appreciate and experience things to its fullest, as opposed to rushing through it. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think slow travel it's here, and it'll just continue to grow. People are looking for more deeper experience.
Completely agree with you, and I see that in Asia as well. People are they're spending longer in one city or one place, and it all ties up in what we're talking about, the local immersion, because people are looking for all of those kind of experiences. In fact, my next question is, how have things like food-focused travels and those experiences with the locals that we speak about, how has that changed the face of the way we curate travel?
Yeah, I think food it's no longer just a meal. It's, trips are being really tailored into every single itinerary. You can go to a ceremonial tea ceremony in Asia and Japan, visit a local winery as opposed to the big wineries in France, have a local lunch or a Michelin star dinner in Peru, which are pretty famous for. So there's huge amount of experiences with food. Again, social media is great for that. People want to post all their meals, post all their pictures to see where they've gone. And it's really just as relevant, as important as those big sites, as those big highlights within a trip. So
completely agree. And
can I also add to that? We also forget as travel professionals that a third of their day when clients travel are set for eating.
I love that. You so true.
Right? And we oftentimes forget about it, but it's such an important part of traveling.
So talking of food, are local festivals, home dinners, off the beaten path activities overtaking traditional experiences? And do you have any standout examples?
I don't think they're overtaking it. I think they're being incorporated into it. So, during the day, they could visit, the big highlights, the Eiffel Tower in the nighttime. They could do, a wine tasting in a little boutique shop just around the corner. So I think they're being incorporated with the big sites. Some of the things that I think stand out for me are cooking classes. If you've ever participated in a group cooking class, it's really about, it's not just connecting with the local food, but it's connecting with the other participants, and people have just a laugh about it. It's such a great experience, and you get to enjoy great food at the end.
3 experiences a day.
Yes, exactly.
We have a program, as I mentioned, in Peru there's a lot of Michelin star restaurants. We have a program in, I think it's Lima, where they book your reservation into a Michelin star restaurant. So that's pretty phenomenal to have an experience like that. I think that there's, again, visiting locally run shops and restaurants, speaking with the locals, speaking with the families. I think it's really just an immersive experience.
Oh, no, I completely agree. And as a person who would travel for food, I completely agree. Everything that has been discussed about that. And as a person who also travels on my own, there's a big trend in solo travel, and particularly solo women traveling alone. Shirley, how have you seen this trend evolve?
This trend just continues to grow. And I think a lot of it is because particularly women and younger travelers are tired of waiting for friends or their spouse to want to travel, so they're just wanting to embrace the world on their own. We've seen a huge increase on the group side of women traveling. We see them traveling, doing a combination of sightseeing with some shopping, a lot of wellness travel so that they can rejuvenate and recharge, yoga groups. We've also seen some special interest groups as well, particularly on the food side, since we're on there. Juicing, we've done juicing groups, vegan trips to Korea. Another niche that we've been seeing is some single parent groups as well. We have one agent who does a lot of widows traveling together so that people can connect. So that is a huge opportunity for anybody wanting to do a group, is that there are a lot of women out there wanting to travel within a group. So by putting a group together with an interest that is your own, that they will embrace, that is a great niche to get into.
I can add, actually, to that. Women in solo travel, we're seeing that on the rise. I think also, too, it's no longer taboo, right? So it's women and solo travel are getting together, and, it's very common to see solo travelers, and women traveling throughout our globe, throughout our destination. So, yeah.
And our partners are embracing it as well. So, for example, in Africa, some of our partners are working with us to reduce single supplements so that women or solos can travel on their own with their own room. So the industry is embracing that as well and coming together.
So talking of Africa, a lot of the lodges in Southern Africa in your shoulder season, which is probably about 8 months of the year, do not charge a single supplement. And when you're talking about these high-end lodges, it is fantastic. So, for example, I do love to travel with my girlfriends. I really don't want to share with them. So that is a huge thing. So definitely, Shirley, I agree. So the other thing, from a group's point of view, are people traveling to discover new skills? We've spoken about the cooking side of things, but learn other things as well. Is that part of a group?
Oh, absolutely. It's really about learning and engaging with the destination and with their fellow travelers. So we actually incorporate that into pretty much every itinerary. And for the month of September into October, we're actually gifting a free local experience for any groups booked. And it ranges from, in Australia, having a private welcome to country, Indigenous welcome to country ceremony for your group, drumming lessons in Brazil, empanada making classes in Argentina. So we have a variety of different local experiences that we ensure that we flavor into every itinerary, because there's always learning to do and experience, and people really are embracing that.
I love that. So we, as a company that's been around for 55 years, have sent many, many travelers traveling. But there's a whole new demographic that's emerging, and I'd love to throw this one to you, Mark. How are Gen Z and other diverse communities reshaping travel? What expectations do these segments have?
Sure. The Gen Z is an interesting one, or Gen Z for our American friends, because a lot of their travel decisions are driven by their consumption of media, right? Whether it's through YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, call it what it is. A lot of their travel decisions are based out of travel bloggers and travel influencers. I think that's a super important shift that we're seeing. 10, 15 years ago that didn't exist, and we as a travel community need to adapt. I think for us on our side, we actually need to be part of this consumption portion, right? They can get their education on some of these locations and it inspires them to travel, but it's our job as a travel community, travel professionals, to then take them to the next step to help them plan those inspirations. So I think we have to find a way to insert ourselves in that timeline where they're consuming aspirational and inspirational travel through media outlets, which they're on every day, yes. Right? And then now we have to find a way to be that professional to guide them and say, hey, this is how you actually do it. That's the nice, fun stuff, but we as travel professionals will tell you how to get it done and how to get it done correctly. So I think we're getting better at that as a travel community. I think we're probably a little bit late in capturing that, but in general, we're getting ahead of that, or getting very good at that.
So Mark, what actionable steps should travel agencies take to tap into the fast-growing demand from the Gen Z, from solo travelers, from multicultural audiences?
Right. I think it's our job to simplify the process. And as we mentioned, there's so many things out there now. So when you look up, you might want to Google, hey, I want to go to Italy, right? There's endless blogs about Italy, endless people telling you, oh, this is the way to do it. This is how you get it done. But then what? Right? There's so much information out there. It's actually become an overload now. So for those that consume that type of media a lot, now it's our job to simplify it. The travel world doesn't have to be complex, and it's our job to tell the solo travelers or the younger Gen Z travelers to say, hey, it's actually not that difficult to plan a trip to Italy. Let me talk to you. And the one thing I want to bring to is let's bring the human element, right? A lot of the I know Gen Z folks are using AI to plan their trips. And the margin of error when it comes to AI is quite high. So let's bring that human element back to travel planning. I think that's super important. That's why we exist as a business. That's why our travel agent friends are there in the business, because we bring that human element that no other person on the internet can bring when it comes to travel planning.
I 100% agree with you, Mark. I think as travel professionals, we get to know the customer. AI doesn't get to know you, well, maybe through, but really get to know our customers through qualifying, getting to know their wants, their needs, so that we can make those really strong recommendations to make that trip extra special.
That is true. So we've come to the end of our 30 minutes, but I think to leave this panel without having them share their top favorite experience ever would be doing you a injustice. Risa, tell me one of your favorite experiences. Doesn't have to be big, just very meaningful.
Oh, wow. Okay. A lot of experiences. I guess one experience over the last couple years, is visiting the island of Madeira. Madeira is an island off the coast of Portugal. And to me, it's kind of has that mix of, it has gastronomy, it has, the ocean all around you, it has great restaurants, and it's just, I'm a mountain person, so it's very hilly in a lot of areas, microclimates, and to me, it's, it's my second home eventually, hopefully.
I love that. Shirley, how about you?
Oh, boy, that's a tough one, Moira. I would say maybe my most recent trip to Uganda, where I had the opportunity to go visit, hike up to see the mountain gorillas. So that was a very special experience for me.
Awesome. Mark?
For me, can I give two? Well, so for those that know me, I worked in Africa for a long time, so a bulk of my travel experience have been there. So I'm going to give you two examples. In Africa, one of my favorite things that I've done is walking safari in Zambia, just to be on foot with wildlife and elephants at a distance is something that is so calming yet heart racing. Something about that juxtaposition is truly amazing. And then my second one is traveling through Switzerland. It's amazing how here in North America, we talk about train travel as if it's a downgrade, right? It's a means to get from one point to the next. But in Switzerland, it is the way of life, funny enough. And that's how we travel around Switzerland. And it's not just a means for transportation. It is also the tour. When you're doing these panoramic train routes, you're just in awe that, yes, that's the reason why it's a little bit more expensive, but it is that experience. That's what you pay for. And we sometimes forget that, and we have to explain that to clients. But so for me, being on a train in Switzerland is just astonishing. I'm not really a train person, but you get a very good appreciation of their transport system.
Well, mine is lowing. Oops, let me start that one again. So similar to Mark, I am from Africa, and my most favorite experience in Africa, one of the many favorite experiences, was canoeing on the Lower Zambezi, which is absolutely spectacular. And then just one very simple experience in Japan, which was so moving and emotional and very, very special. It's called a Goma fire experience, and our suppliers actually are the only suppliers that actually are allowed to bring tourists into this place. So it's very authentic, and it's a 30-minute experience where there's this taiko drumming and these monks that are humming, and there's meditation involved, and this fire ceremony, and it's a cleansing ceremony, and it is absolutely rhythmic and incredible, and something that transforms you. And I think that that's what a good experience does. It transforms and it transports you. So thank you for listening. We hope you enjoyed our discussions, and look forward to the next one.
of my favourite countries in the Middle East is Jordan. Small and easy to get around, it packs some of the biggest sites and experiences in the region and is home to one of the most famous sites in the world, Petra. But far be it to hear all about Petra from an Aussie boy like me. Let's join Maya from the Jordan Tourism Board and a Jordanian herself as she presents all the amazing reasons to visit Jordan. Over to you, Maya. Hello, everyone. Welcome back once again to the Goway virtual show in celebration of Goway's 55 years in business. Next up is one of our gold sponsors, and that is I'm going to get my notes. I want to pronounce it correctly. Jordan Tourism Board. I should have been able to remember that one without notes, but hey, you never know. It's been a busy day. The Jordan Tourism Board, and this would have to be one of our most popular destinations within the Middle East region. Even in times of uncertainty within the region, Jordan has remained stable, welcoming. It's always stable. It's always welcoming. So it's always a good destination to look at when your clients are looking for that Middle Eastern experience. And joining us today to talk to us all about Jordan is Maya Amarin. Am I pronouncing your surname correctly, Maya?
Yes, it's Maya Amarin.
Amarin, a bit of an accent. There you go. I would assume by that you are from Jordan originally?
Yes, born and raised in the capital city of Amman.
Oh, really? So what brought you to because you're in the US, we had that little conversation off screen. So you're in North Virginia, you mentioned. So what brought you to the US? Was it working for the Jordanian Tourism Board?
It was actually college. So I moved to New York for college, went there for 4 years, Fordham University. And like you said, I'm now in Northern Virginia, working for the Jordan Tourism Board.
Ah, excellent. Okay, so we have a true Jordanian talking to us about the wonderful destination that is Jordan, and I've been there many years ago, and it is truly spectacular. Another small country that packs a big punch. So on that note, I will hand over the platform now to Maya, and she will tell you all about Jordan.
Yeah, thank you, Don, for the introduction, and thank you, everyone, for joining us today. My name is Maya Amarin again, and I am going to take you on a quick journey through Jordan with Goway today. So to give you some quick facts about Jordan, Jordan is a small country. You can drive from the north to the south in about 6 to 7 hours by car. And the benefit of that for your clients is that they aren't spending too much time on the road. Yet within that short distance, you'll experience history dating back millennia. Jordan has 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, including Petra, Wadi Rum, and the baptism site. And what travelers always remember most from Jordan is the warmth of the people and the authentic Bedouin hospitality. People here genuinely love welcoming visitors with open hearts. English is widely spoken in Jordan, so your clients will feel very comfortable anywhere they go. It's really easy to get to Jordan. So for American travelers, entry is simple. They are pre-approved for the visa, which can be purchased upon arrival. And flying from New York to Amman, the capital city, is about 10 hours, which is roughly the same as flying from New York to Hawaii. Royal Jordanian offers non-stop flights straight into Amman. So you have direct service out of Chicago, Detroit, New York City, Washington, D.C., Dallas, starting May 2026, Montreal, and Vancouver. Jordan is diverse in its offerings. It has something for everyone. Family travel, luxury and wellness, history and culture, faith, culinary, adventure tourism, you name it. Jordan offers unforgettable experiences for all types of travelers. And the best way to make these trips truly memorable for your clients is by enriching itineraries with meaningful experiences. So many of today's travelers are looking for connection rather than just a checklist of sites. And that's exactly what our Meaningful Travel Map of Jordan offers. So this is a tool that you can use to connect your clients with locals in Jordan and also use travel as a force for good. So it currently spotlights 15 unique experiences, from local hosts to social enterprises to cultural projects. And what you're looking at here are those meaningful experiences mapped out by the red dots across the map. So these experiences can be easily weaved into Goway's flexible itineraries, which allows you to customize your client's trips in ways that align with their interests, with meaningful travel, and you're creating journeys that truly stand out from your cookie cutter tour. And if you're interested in more details, you can go to our website or visit golocalJordan.com. So let's take a quick trip to Jordan through this Goway Discover Jordan itinerary. This is an 8-day, 7-night itinerary, and I will show you some of the highlights. So you will arrive straight into the Queen Alia International Airport in Jordan's capital city of Amman, after which you'll be transferred to the Grand Hyatt Hotel, and here you'll enjoy your first local Jordanian dinner, and you'll rest to prepare for your adventure the next day. So on day 2, we'll start off in Amman. This is the city of the old and the new, and fun fact, Amman is one of the world's oldest continuously inhabited cities, with history stretching back over 7,000 years. Next up, we'll visit Iraq Al Amir Women's Cooperative. This is actually one of our locations on the Meaningful Travel Map. Here, local artisans create beautiful handmade items, which are perfect for a souvenir. Then you'll engage in a cooking class. You'll cook a local dinner at Beit City with the owners of the restaurant, wonderful sisters, and you'll also be enjoying the sights that you'd seen in the morning, but from above. On day 3, we explore northern Jordan. So the first stop is Jerash, and Jerash is actually one of the largest, best preserved Roman cities outside of Italy. Next, we'll transfer to the Ajlun Castle. It's a 12th century fortress, and you will witness these beautiful scenic views of the hills of northern Jordan and the olive groves. On day 4, we head west of Amman, starting with Asalt, which was once Jordan's capital, and it's known for its Ottoman architecture, and Asalt was recently named a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It was recognized for its interfaith harmony. Next, we visit Bethany beyond the Jordan, said to be the baptism site of Jesus Christ. Here you can walk in the footsteps of Jesus and his disciples along the eastern bank of the Jordan River. And at the end of day 4, we head to the Dead Sea. Here you'll have a relaxing evening at the lowest point on earth. The next morning, you can do what this guy is doing, float in the Dead Sea. This is the world's saltiest waters, which is a unique and relaxing experience, unlike anywhere else in the world. Then we head to Madaba. So here we'll see the Madaba map found in St. George Church. This is the oldest surviving mosaic map of the Holy Land. It's over 1,500 years old, and it's remarkable for its detail and accuracy. It shows towns and valleys and biblical sites as they were. Next up, we visit Mount Nebo. This is overlooking the Jordan Valley, as you can see, and this is where Moses is believed to have glimpsed the Holy Land. So from Mount Nebo, we continue to Petra, the famous Petra. This is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it's also one of the new 7 wonders of the world. Petra was a Nabatean capital, and it's carved into the rose-red cliffs. And this was more than 2,000 years ago. As you walk into the site, the famous treasury opens up that you may have seen, or as you can see on this photo here. But there's more to Petra than the treasury. There's a lot to discover in this ancient city. You can also climb up 800 steps to see the monastery. I will just say, make sure you wear your most comfortable pair of shoes for this day. Then we'll go to another UNESCO site, Wadi Rum. This is a surreal Mars-like desert, which serves or has served as the backdrop for blockbuster Hollywood movies like Lawrence of Arabia and The Martian. And here we'll enjoy a traditional Bedouin Zeb dinner and spend the night under this beautiful starry sky. On day 7, we'll ride out of the heart of the Red Desert, Wadi Rum, and continue further south to Aqaba on the Red Sea. Aqaba is Jordan's only coastal city, and this is also a recreational port, which means that here you have the opportunity to snorkel among some of the most beautiful coral reefs in the world. After exploring Aqaba, you'll head back north to Amman to rest and get ready for your departure on the following morning out of Queen Alia International Airport. Before I wrap up, I'd like to highlight one special location from our Meaningful Travel Map. This is the Bani Hamida Weaving Center. It started with 17 women on staff, and it now employs over 300 women, supporting thousands in the local community. Now, the Bani Hamida story shows us that travel is a force for good. It's a force that you can be a part of, while also enriching your clients' experiences. And many other spots on the Meaningful Travel Map can be added to your Goway itineraries to make journeys to Jordan even more meaningful. If you want to dive even deeper into the richness of all that Jordan has to offer, you can become a Jordan specialist by taking our course at travelagentacademy.com/Jordan. And you can also find this on our website. So thank you everyone for joining me on this whirlwind tour of Jordan. I'd like to keep the conversation going, so here's my email. Please feel free to reach out for any questions. We can dive deeper into how to make your clients' journeys to Jordan unforgettable. Thank you very much.
Well, that was awesome. Thank you very much, Maya, for that. Jordan is a fantastic destination. Just a few things I'd like to throw a spotlight on, which you were discussing, were the meaningful travel experiences. More and more people, as you probably know out there, everyone, are looking for the more authentic side of travel these days in any country they visit. And the meaningful travel circuit that Jordan has implemented quite a few years ago now is one of the best ways to really get an in-depth personal cultural immersion in to the country. So that's definitely something you should look at. It's built into most of our itineraries. And as Maya said, we can even build an itinerary based around Holy and Soli, those type of experiences. Just a personal, well, not too personal, I don't think, question for you, Maya. In your current role, obviously you need to know your country inside and out from a tourism point of view. But just out of curiosity, when you were growing up, because Jordan is so rich in history, at the crossroads of ancient histories and cultures, is a lot of what you discussed today sort of taught to you when you're coming through your schooling as well?
Yes, definitely. I mean, one memory that's triggered right now is we would take school trips to historic sites. Mm-hmm. We'd go to the desert castles in the eastern desert of Jordan, which is another area of Jordan that tends to be overlooked. Everyone goes to the south, to Petra, but there's so much to see all across Jordan. So the desert castles were one. And we would visit the wadis, which means valley or canyon in Arabic. And that offers a great adventure for even families. We would go as kids. You have beautiful, palm trees in those canyons and waterfalls. And at some point you're deep in the water swimming. But it's a beautiful, adventurous hike. So we definitely grew up seeing Jordan. And, that's, I think, being out there is the best form of education. outside of the
100%.
classroom, and that's I think what travel offers.
Yeah, I was just curious because the other good thing about Jordan, it's relatively speaking, particularly to countries like Canada or the US, it's small, so you can get top to bottom and around quite quickly. And again, you can pack a lot into a short itinerary, though we'd always recommend a longer itinerary. Just curious because, as you were talking about, I was thinking about it. Me growing up in Australia, I knew a little bit about our sort of outback and other bits and pieces, but due to the size of the country, it's hard to sort of really be exposed to a lot of it. But again, Jordan has a lot in a small area. On that note as well, you mentioned that you have your academy online for the Jordan Tourism Board. I was going to do a unabashed cross-sell here to the Goway Pro Travel Academy, which also has a very in-depth or modules on Jordan as well. So if you combine the two programs together, you'll definitely come out as a Jordan expert. So I highly recommend you check out Jordan's Academy as well as the Goway Pro Travel Academy for Jordan itself. So on that note, Maya, is there anything else you'd like to say to our listening audience before we say goodbye?
I would just like to say that if you haven't been to Jordan, make your way now, send your clients, you will be amazed, blown away. We do see repeat travel, and once again, that is largely due to the fact that people realize there's so much to see in Jordan, and the people are so warm and welcoming that you end up having friends for life, and you just want to keep going back and visiting.
Yep, I agree that 100%. It's a beautiful destination in a beautiful part of the world. If you do have any questions, please speak to one of the Goway one of the Goway destination specialists here at Goway who know the area inside out. And again, as Maya has offered, you can reach out to her directly if you have any questions or are looking for any marketing collateral as well about Jordan. So on that note, thank you everyone for listening in once again. And Maya, thank you for your time today, and we'll talk to everyone soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Nothing like hearing from an expert who is also from that country. It's panel time again. Over to you, Goway team. Hello everyone, welcome back to our next panel in celebration of Goway's 55 years in business and our virtual roadshow. I am now in the moderator seat for those who watched the first panel. Moira, who was moderating, is now on our far left. Let me introduce everyone. Moira is our VP of Asia, Anthony is our VP of the South Pacific, and Sean is our VP of the Americas. So we'll get right into it. I'm going to throw the first question to Sean. Sean's probably one of our newer members of the team here. Just on that note, Moira, you've been with Goway for how long?
18 years.
Anthony?
21.
21. I'm coming up to, I'm in my 20th now. And Sean?
I'll be a year this month.
Oh, look at that.
Look at the baby.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah. So we've seen growth here at Goway through our 55 years in business, not the full 55, of course, but a good chunk of it. Sean's come to us somewhat recently. So on that note, Sean, have you noticed from where you were before professionally to where you are now with Goway, any trends that have either affected or you're seeing with Goway or where you were before when it comes to over-tourism around the world? Because more and more people are traveling. I've heard complaints of Europe particularly being just crazy busy in the high season. But from the Americas point of view or in general, like what's your opinion or observations on over-tourism?
So we've certainly seen changes in seasonality for folks looking to visit a place that they figure is going to be busy, and maybe they don't want to be in Europe for July, August, the peak of the travel season, and suddenly September is now our most popular departure month. That was not the case pre-COVID, and so even within regions like Europe, we're seeing people change the date of their departure so that they can find a time when maybe sites will be less crowded, less busy. I think there's a weather component to that trend as well. Folks are seeing that it can get quite warm in certain hotspots in Europe, especially in the south. In Europe, whether it's Greece, Italy, folks want to travel in the fall or in the spring to get away from those warmest months. We've also seen growth in some regions, say in the north of Europe, where folks are figuring with a warming climate and potentially it's a spot that they're not going to see nearly as many tourists. Maybe this is the time to go to Denmark. Maybe this is the time to go see Sweden. Sweden, to see Norway. So a couple of maybe changes, not just to your departure date, but where it is you're looking to travel to in Europe. I think just in general, over-tourism it's going to impact any type of traveler who's visiting a destination that's popular. But the way that our packages at Goway work, we are trying to get folks into destination for longer in a more immersive way than, say, somebody who's arriving. I think, say, Barcelona has maybe been a hot spot for this topic in recent years.
Yep.
If you're arriving into Barcelona at a cruise port and you're just visiting the city for 4 hours or 8 hours, there's only so far you can get away from that cruise port before you've got to embark again on that ship. And so the areas that are close to Barcelona's cruise port are probably those hot spots where people are complaining that tourists are everywhere. It's changing the structure of the city, the demographics of the city. When travelers travel to Spain with Goway, they're spending 8 days, 10 days, 12 days in Spain. They're not just visiting Barcelona. We hope they do. It's a beautiful city. But they're also going to get out of the big cities, and they're going to experience the countryside. So having a more immersive, a longer multi-day package, and one that's, an FIT package where you can design what it is you're looking to include versus exclude, means that you can actually say to your expert, I'm looking to maybe avoid some of those areas that are being discussed in the media as places that are overrun with tourists. What should I do on my trip to Spain? And we could steer you clear of that.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because Goway is primarily FIT, that you have that power to create your itinerary in general. But yeah, in consultation with a destination specialist, you can curate that itinerary to get you away from the big spots, which you will see the big spots. You want to go to Paris, you want to see the Eiffel Tower. But as you say, get further afield from the main centres, and also travel off-season or even brand new opening destinations as well.
I think part of the expertise on offer from our team is to know where are those places and what are those times of years when things are going to be quite busy. In Moira's region, in Japan, if you'd like to go to Kyoto during the cherry blossom season, it's going to be spectacular, but it's going to be incredibly crowded. So if somebody calls us and says, I'd like to go to Japan and I'm a little concerned about crowds, that should be part of what our Japan expert team is going to be sort of selling to you or explaining to you. It would be that idea that, this is a time of year that's beautiful but quite busy. If that's not what you're looking for your time in Japan, let's pick a different time of year.
Yeah. And where I've seen video recently, well, it's been up there for a while, but like things like the migration are just becoming at the crossings, at the river crossing in particular, it's just crazy busy.
And that's where our expertise comes in, because there are a number of conservancies where you are able to see the crossings, but with a far lesser footprint, and because they limit the number of vehicles. And again, to Sean's point, at different times of year, the migration is a year-round phenomenon. So it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be at the Mara River on the 3rd of August. You can be down south and see where all the babies are. Again, just different aspects. Yeah. So yes, that's where our expertise comes in.
Yeah, and again, that's it. The expertise knows all these variations of a theme versus what a lot of package companies will do. Will just take you to the Mara at that particular crossing, at that particular date, done deal, whereas we can get you further afield. So on that note, Anthony, Sean touched on it there about the off-season travel. Are there benefits in travelling off-season from a crowd? I think we agreed on this, but can you expand on it in regards to crowds, costs even? Is it better?
Yeah, and I think
choice.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges we've always had is people think of the best time to travel as traditionally been anywhere in the world based around weather, quote unquote, which is not necessarily the best way to do it. I mean, the peak times to travel to the South Pacific, which I specialise more in Australia and New Zealand, is January, February, March. We get a lot of people from North America who go there and realise, well, it's 100 degrees every day. It's far too hot. And that's a similar problem in the south of Europe if you go to Italy and Spain and things like that. And one of the examples I give is in Australia, the spring, October, November. They've already switched to summertime as of the end of September. So your days are long, which is great for touring. Mm-hmm. All the North Americans are thinking about their Thanksgivings and all that sort of thing. So the airlines are quieter. They're giving specials. So there's price benefits. And it just means even when you're on the ground and you're doing touring and things like that, day touring, rather than the bus being full, it might be, half capacity. So the whole experience becomes really more pleasurable without the crowds. You will save a little bit. It'll be more enjoyable weather-wise. It'll be nicer to go out in the evenings. You won't be exhausted at the end of the day. And we've seen that play throughout Europe as well. And I think what people need to do is almost ask the question. In a perfect world, they would ask and say, well, I want to go to X and I want to go now, rather than saying what is the best time to go. They're not looking at doing that research as part of the equation. Now, some people are limited when they can travel, but certainly retirees, etc., have a lot more flexibility. It's almost they need to ask that planning question, particularly for the destinations we sell, which are more, bucket list type items and things like that. The other thing is what we're seeing is hotels, they're not, and particularly in different parts of the world, but we see it a bit more in South Pacific, is they don't necessarily reduce their nightly rate, but they'll add bonuses. Okay. If you stay 4 nights, you'll only pay for 3. If you stay 3, you'll pay for 3, right? So then those are the sort of things that we can play with, which so there's many benefits to it, just outside cost.
Right. So having not been involved in product directly for a while, to all three of you, Americas, South Pacific and Asia, and you can speak to Africa on this point as well, does off-season, I know in the Galapagos, off-season used to be you could get really good deals. Is that still a current trend for all destinations, that true off-season can be much cheaper to travel in? Africa, Asia?
So it can. I will say that the seasons are extending as people are really realizing that there is a benefit to going not in the peak season. The seasons are getting slightly more expanded.
So the industry is adjusting to that demand of off-season travel.
Absolutely, but there is certainly a benefit certain times of years. If you look at the Southern Africa example, in Botswana it's called the wet season or the rainy season, and the prices are significantly cheaper, but it's a beautiful time to travel. It's green, it's lush, the babies are all born. So yes, there's always a good time to travel, not necessarily the most peak time.
Yeah. Is that the same with South Pacific from a cost point of view?
Yeah, 100%. You'll see, particularly starts with airfares. It's simple fact is not as many people are travelling. The airlines will start to look at reducing fares to fill the seats. They're not going to do it if their planes are already booked to 80% capacity. So that is one of the benefits. It starts with the airfares, and just really with more options for hotels. It's these days they use dynamic models in a lot of hotels. They'll change the price daily or whatever. We've got contracts which lock that in, but we can basically avoid those kind of surcharging and things like that at that time of those times of year.
Right. In the Americas, is that what it was, or is it now changing as well?
It's changing a little bit. We're seeing Costa Rica would be a great example of a destination that has promoted its green season. We don't need to call something wet season necessarily, but there's a dry season and there's a wet season.
You can always learn from the Americas that more.
It's a real marketing angle on the term, but the types of experiences you could offer during green season as well, you're in a tropical destination. There's some predictability to some of the weather, and we actually can build itineraries differently to feature different types of experiences or different parts of the country that we think are going to be better suited during that green season, so that potentially you're doing early morning excursions, and when the rains come in the early afternoon, you're back and relaxing with a cocktail at the hotel. Thailand is another destination where you may be on the East Coast looking for a beach destination that is fine in September, while at the same time on the West Coast, September is torrential downpour. 2 months later, both sides are premier and are sunny and warm. And so again, that expertise of figuring out that a country has many different regions, they might have different weather patterns that would make this specific routing really good for August or September, and this entirely different routing really ideal for November. That also helps expand our.
Yeah, and something that came up in the previous panel was a quick discussion on AI and how AI can and will get better at putting itineraries together. But I think what you're hearing here particularly is that each area we've discussed has so many variations, like one coast to another coast over a couple of months can be different. So again, this is where a travel agent, you out there in particular, will always be needed, because the in-depth knowledge of regions and when you should go, not go, but avoid, let's say, is housed particularly within this building. All this knowledge is there. So it's definitely beneficial to speak to us and your clients to you about when to go, where to go. And on that where to go, Moira, Sean again touched on it earlier about new destinations or new travel styles. So maybe not a new destination, though you could speak to that, please, but are there new styles within the usual destinations that are sort of appearing or that we're sort of promoting, suggesting?
Please.
A bigger thing, and you may have mentioned it earlier, we're seeing is definitely a trend towards smaller groups. We do a lot of customising, but there's the traditional escorted touring. But nowadays we're seeing a real demand for people who don't want the big coach, but we have a lot of product offerings. We have our own line, but there's others which are kind of 16, 18 people max. if the group's full. If it's not, it could be 11, 12, which is a really nice small group size with the experience. So that's a real trend that we're seeing.
That's separate from our groups department. That is someone just buying into a
escorted tour. Right. Yes, exactly, with a guide and everything else. But that's a real trend which is coming on globally, and it's particularly popular with the single travellers and that who want to have people and make new friends, have people to have dinner with and everything else. So that's a real trend we're seeing expanding globally. It's taken off more in the South Pacific. I know we've added our own, but other companies are doing similar that Goway works with. So that's a really good trend as well.
Are you seeing any new destinations from the, well, I know one newish to us is, of course, North America. But beyond that, are there any other, again, globally, any new destinations that you could suggest to our agents and in turn their clients?
Well, we've got suddenly a big uptick in interest in Latin America in general. I would like to say we have some suspicions for why that may be. We've been hearing from a number of our agents that, especially coming out of COVID, folks had been sitting on their wallet for a couple of years, and it seems like everyone and their brother went to Europe right after COVID, and then maybe they went again, and maybe they went even a third time. And we're hearing now that folks are starting to see the price points in Europe, rise as a result of 100% occupancy and extreme demand and protests over tourism here or there. And so the focus has shifted to other regions of the world. We see some of that now in Latin America. Folks are now looking to go south and figure out, what's a new destination, what's a bucket list item to check off. Places like Peru to see Machu Picchu remain popular. Costa Rica continues to be popular for us. The Galapagos. These are always things people think, I've got to do once. Destinations, though, that suddenly are very hot for us, Brazil. Brazil is one of our fastest growing destinations in the Americas. There was a time there where the visa restrictions came down. They're back, but it's a very easy visa to get, and everybody wants to go down there, and that's really great. We've got brand new itineraries that we've put on our site just in the last year to try to show all the different corners of that country. Argentina and Chile would be others that have always been strong for us, but suddenly, demands to go to Patagonia, demands for, light adventure, mixed adventure, so hiking, but adding in the cities or the wine region up north, really, really strong. And some of them are just solo country. Some of them are building Argentina and Chile into longer South America-oriented trips. We're seeing retirees wanting to do 3 weeks or 4 weeks in South America and saying, I've got to get to the far south and do Patagonia as well. So those are a couple destinations we are really working hard on at the moment just to try to feed that demand.
I think it's important to realise too that when we say new destination, it doesn't have to be like a brand new country opening up to tourism for the first time, or it's been hidden away for a long time, because you mentioned it, Sean, in your assumptions, people went to Europe 2 or 3 times coming out of COVID because of its safe, easy, friendly, convenient for that matter. Now Latin America, or the Americas in general, are new in this cycle of selling and popularity.
But to that point, John, what's your name again? Don.
George.
For example, in Japan, as Sean mentioned earlier, the really, really core periods of Tokyo, Kyoto, the Golden Route, but really we now are looking at Kyushu and Hokkaido and other areas where it's off the beaten track, but people are going back time and time again, and they're going further afield. So new destinations in the same destination.
Yeah, and that's another thing that's worth pointing out, that almost any country with any company, shouldn't be, it might have to be, but it doesn't need to be a one-visit destination. Peru multiple times, Japan multiple times, South Pacific. Most people just think Australia, New Zealand immediately, but you've got all the islands as well, and they're all different amongst themselves. So I'm going to throw this one at Anthony, actually. The economy's up and down at the moment. There's geopolitical, disturbances, to put it politely. Has that had an impact on people's decisions to travel, where to travel, how long to travel for, how much to spend on travel?
I think it has, definitely. Obviously, I think, Europe is always busy, to Sean's point, 2 or 3 times. They perceive it as being closer and therefore less expensive. They can do it in a shorter duration. We've certainly seen it in what I would call some of our further destinations, our bigger ticket destinations, the South Pacific, Africa, even parts of Asia. And it's more a holding off. I mean, people have got other things. They've had interest rate pressures in last year. There is some economic uncertainty, and how things are going to go. So we are seeing people hold off. But definitely it's just caused a little bit of a hesitation. Right. We still have a lot of interest. We're still, seeing people hesitant to book. But what we also see is when there's a week of really good news, suddenly interest spikes, right? So, the message to travel advisors is, if you have people with interest and they say, well, we're just going to hold off, is keep on them, work with them, remember to follow them up. We tell our agents to do that, following up our travel agent friends. But that's important because people's feeling of, ability to travel and that can change on a dime very quickly in the current environment.
Right. Are we seeing, Sean, in this environment where people are hesitant to book for varying reasons, back to what we said before about savings, are our partners in country realising that and looking at lowering prices at the moment to encourage people to travel, or is our countries generally just holding fast from a cost point of view?
We're seeing a hold in Latin America of price point. I think as demand's going up, you're seeing hotels respond to that. We're seeing certain destinations, as they get more popular, go up in price point. Costa Rica would be one that I've found has gotten quite a bit more expensive in the last decade, and I think that's just a response to the demand. And suddenly Panama and Belize and Guatemala have all come online and are trying to attract that traveler who maybe has been to Costa Rica, wants to come back, do something similar, but isn't looking to spend the same amount. On the economic turbulence point, from to use a different word from Anthony's previous comment, I do feel like travel is a non-negotiable for a lot of, whether it's folks who are retiring and this is what they've been working their entire careers toward, and economic downturns be damned, they're going to find a way to go and experience some of these things that they've been dreaming about for decades, or whether it's their children who have grown up in an environment where travel is a lifestyle choice, travel as well as, an education opportunity for them. Folks of my generation, the millennials, you travel every year. That's sort of an expectation that you'd have, that's what you're going to use your vacation time for. And so whether it's demographic or whether it's just a sort of a culture shift, we still hear that folks maybe don't have the money today, but they're still saving, and it's just going to be next year they're going to take that trip.
Exactly. And to that point, we've seen it with the uncertainty. A lot of people, their investment value's gone down. As soon as it improves, they're ready to go. Right. So it's not that they're not travelling, it's just that timing can be certainly shifted. And I think one thing that, we need to remind the North American community is that a lot of the turbulence in North America is not necessarily felt throughout the world. So there's plenty of Europeans travelling, people from all over the world, and they're the ones who are filling these destinations, which so the destinations don't have a desire to drop their hotel rates or anything else because they've got plenty of business from elsewhere. And so sometimes here people think, well, it's not busy, so prices should be cheaper. Well, on the ground, that's not really a reality. Like if you look at the South Pacific, the Brits, the Germans, the Dutch, they're all travelling. They're all through there, the South Americans. So, they've got plenty of demand from the rest of the world, wherever you are in the world.
Yeah, and I was going to actually bring that point up, so you summed it up beautifully there. And that's the other thing too. There are more and more affluent classes of society coming through in places like Brazil, Chile, Argentina. That's my sort of area of expertise. But I could say the same for Africa. Like there's that growing middle class who have the funds to travel, and they're looking, again, we're speaking to you from a North American view, of course, but to Anthony's point, it's not just North Americans traveling to South Africa and to Japan, it's everyone heading in. So we're going to wrap up. I'm going to hit each of you with this question, please. We'll go left to right, so Moira first. Do you have a practical tip or destination that you would suggest to our travel advisors out there in the world? And this is a tough one, but I'm going to ask the question, future-proof their FIT business. So I guess a destination that you would encourage people to look at that will generate repeat business. Now, I know that's pretty much every country, but...
I'm going to say Japan. Yeah, Japan is constantly evolving. I mentioned earlier that we're looking at expanding the typical routes, but it's not just the typical routes, it's experiences. For example, we've just bought on a ski product. We have just bought on a company where we are able to offer experiences from Michelin star restaurants to Ghibli to Disney tickets to anything that you sumo wrestling, and we could always offer this in a fairly limited way, but Japan is that destination that people will go back to time and time again. They find people fall in love with the Japanese culture. They find it completely fascinating. It really is a transformative trip. So yes, I would say Japan.
So for Anthony, in his area of responsibility, geographically has a big area, but country-wise, compared to our left and right here, Asia, the Americas, you don't have as many countries. So how do you keep making the South Pacific, and again, most people will immediately think of Australia and New Zealand, fresh again? So how do you suggest to our agents that they keep it exciting? So
well, the big thing is for a travel agent, and almost following on from the future-proof question, is Australia and New Zealand are key. And the reason they always do well for us is people see it as a once in a lifetime. They shouldn't, they would go back. But in order to see it properly, it requires a lot of customisation. You know, Australia, to get around, there's internal flights and there are things like that. And these are overwhelming for clients to even look at doing online. So this is something that, you know, a travel agent can have real value in that kind of business if they specialise it. We see that less so if someone wants to go to Fiji standalone. Right. Fiji is really a flight and hotel. And unless someone's really driven by the culture, they might go, well, you know, I can fly 5 hours and go to one of the new fancy resorts in the Caribbean or something like that. But when it comes to Australia and New Zealand, to a some extent Africa, is that, you know, it's the customisation. And Australia's a big country. I can go there for 3 weeks and see Sydney, Melbourne and the Barrier Reef. I could miss the wildlife of South Australia. I could miss the Red Centre and the Outback. I could miss the uniqueness of Tasmania. And I could combine that with New Zealand. So they really become places which drive interest, and then people can plot their next journey. So really, it's like going to Europe. You know, you go to Europe and you'll see 4 countries. Well, there's another, 15 to see. And Australia, with its diversity, has that. New Zealand has it to some extent. Africa has that to some extent. You can go to South Africa. You've had one experience in Africa, but you certainly haven't seen all of Africa. And the safari experience and everything is different in East Africa. So, and I think that's where these agents, an agent, if they focus on these kinds of areas, they're really building up somewhere where you will always have value for your clients.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that Goway, well, it officially started actually in North America, then the Americas, but our reputation was built in the 80s primarily on selling Australia, and it's been the backbone of this company until Europe was introduced. But still, it's our prominent area of sales. So the fact that it keeps people coming back to us, I think in itself is enough to show you that if you want a future-proof destination, Australia or South Pacific in general would be one. And finally, Sean, from the Americas point of view, or Europe if you want to throw that side in as well. Yeah, whatever.
We're talking about the history of Goway. Let's talk about our newest region, North America. If you're looking to future-proof, I'll name a couple spots that have been incredibly popular for us in the last few months, but in the last couple of years. Alaska as a destination has really jumped out to us. First off, as a repeat destination, in particular, agents calling us and saying, I have a client who's been up to Alaska on a cruise, and they went years ago and they figured they'd check that box, and then they had a friend who'd come back and they'd flown into Anchorage and they went bear viewing in Katmai National Park, and they went and did a glacier landing and they did a dog sledding experience, and they've gone out and seen a glacier calving into the water up close, and they didn't do any of that on their cruise ship when they went up to Alaska. And how can we have that experience? And so the repeat traveler going up to Alaska and doing it in an FIT manner, whether it's self-drive, whether it's done with touring support, has been not only a popular trip for us, but one of the trips that is most well regarded when the traveler comes home, coming back to say, oh my goodness, that's within my own country for Americans, but it exceeded my wildest expectations. I saw things that I would have paid 3 times as much to go see, and here this was in my own backyard. So Alaska as a either first time or go back because you only did it on the cruise ship that last time would be one. The second would be Hawaii. I think as a destination, it's still incredibly popular for us, but the major Hawaiian islands, the 4, Oahu, Maui, the Big Island, and Kauai.
Are you seeing it as a standalone destination or a stopover to and from, say, the South Pacific?
We see it as both, but we have got a lot more travelers in the last 2 years doing long stays in Hawaii. So either a single island or 2 islands. Our team will recommend that if you're going to an island, each one is so different that you should select that island and spend 5, 6, 7 days on that island. If it's going to be a 12 to 14-day trip, you could do 2. But if you go and do Kauai, you may leave and realize I need to come back and do Big Island and see Volcanoes National Park. Or if you do only Oahu and miss Maui entirely, you come back again to Hawaii to do Rotahana or do the Haleakala Summit. So for us, positioning Hawaii as a multi-time trip, because yes, you did Waikiki, but that is not Hawaii. Waikiki is one thing. That's fantastic. That's a jewel of Oahu. But come back and do Kauai with us or Maui. That's really led for us to getting travelers fascinated by the destination and now saying, great, I did that island. I've got to go back.
Okay, nice. So let me ask you this. As a young woman or young girl in South Africa, did you do much traveling around South Africa?
So when I was growing up in South Africa, because it was in the apartheid area, we weren't allowed to travel anywhere other than pretty much Mauritius, Zimbabwe, and within South Africa. We could go to London, and if we wanted to go to Europe, it was a very, very onerous visa process. So yes, so Mauritius was probably our biggest destination, and then as things eased off, then we got to travel further. But yes, a lot of our travel was in and around the region.
So Anthony, as a young person, before you got into the industry, did you travel around Australia a lot, or did you sort of go like a lot of Aussies, like I did, the other side of the world first?
For me, it was no, I didn't. It was always the wanderlust of going far away to the other side of the world. Exactly. What happened in my exploring of Australia was that's why I'm in Canada. I met a Canadian girl who followed me out, and then the keenness was to show her Australia. And then we did a lot of travel to places I would have never probably have gone, the wilds of northwestern Australia and things like that. And then I started working in the travel industry there. So through my work, I travelled a lot. So it was not until I'd satisfied the wanderlust did I do a lot, but then I did see lots of parts of Australia. Still do to this day.
Yeah, which is a very typical Australian thing, which I did as well. That's why, again, you had different political circumstances, probably restrict that. As you said earlier, as the only born Canadian here, what was your exploration around Canada and the US before you got into the industry when you were younger? Did you, because a lot of Canadians will also go far before they explore their backyard.
You nailed it there. I think the trend is for Canadians to go to Europe 3 times before they ever see 2 provinces over. Yeah. It's a very big country. I grew up with 6 brothers and sisters, and I barely got on an airplane till I was an adult. And so my first exploration of Canada was as a teenager. I took a job driving a truck across Canada. And so I can tell you more about drive times between Toronto and Thunder Bay and Winnipeg and Vancouver than most. Right. But that was my attempt to make up for lost time and to see an incredibly beautiful country that is so incredibly diverse as you drive through the prairies and into the Rockies and into the Pacific Coast Mountains. So I probably only came into the travel industry because of those years I spent driving across Canada back and forth, and truly fell in love with exploration.
So that was a question that led back to your area of responsibility at the moment, North America in particular, that a lot of, I must admit, when I thought, we're going to sell North America, that's going to be difficult to sell to a North American because it's their backyard. But like us as Aussies, you often ignore your backyard.
That's
you just mentioned it, you go to Alaska on a cruise and you think you've done it, but you haven't. So, from a new destination point of view, what you said before, North America is a big one. And I think our biggest strength for North America, which also flows into everything we do, is it can be customized. You'd mentioned in your Alaska example that it's not just get off the boat, it's do this, climb mountains.
People want to go overland in North America. One of our most popular trips is to take a rail journey from Alberta to British Columbia or vice versa, not just for Canadians, for Americans as well. So the idea that you're journeying by rail or you're renting a car and you're doing, Las Vegas out to do Utah and then Wyoming and travel up to Montana, like these excursions where people are covering distances and they're retracing pilgrimage routes and experiencing history and also experiencing nature. That's really become that is far more important and popular for us than a weekend in New York City or somebody heading to see something in Washington. It really is these sort of adventurous and outdoorsy and self-drive or navigation-oriented trips in North America.
Sean's point, and that's really, really key. Self-drive is an example. We spoke about it earlier. People want to immerse themselves. It's a perfect way to do that. If you're self-driving through Ireland, you can go off the beaten track and I have literally been in a little Irish road surrounded by sheep, and it's those kind of experiences that really allow you to, whether it's rail or self-drive, you can go as you please, which is fantastic.
Like a local Irish pub out there.
And that.
Okay, so on that note, I'd like to thank our panel today for joining us. Hope you got some good information, insights there. I think you can see that there is no new country per se. Things cycle, things come back into play. glad to see Latin America is back there. South Pacific remained constant and strong throughout. Africa, when you were looking after it, was a bit of a dip, but it's bouncing back, I understand, and Asia is just going crazy right now, and Europe is always there. So we can help you with all of that. I think you've also picked up from both our panels that what we do the best, or one of the best, is in customizing the itineraries for you. I think that's key to travel in general, not just for Goway strength, but if you want to really immerse, see the back roads, see all the nooks and crannies of any country, you want to have control of designing the itinerary, you being you and your clients, of course. And Goway's here to do that for you. So, Sean, thank you very much. Anthony, thank you. And Maura, thank you very much. And we will see you soon. Thanks, team. I hope you found that information beneficial. The African continent is home to such diversity in both cultures and experiences. Egypt and Morocco have the Arab vibe, West Africa that deep cultural experience, East Africa wildlife in abundance, and then there is South Africa. The focal point of any trip to the south of the continent, South Africa remains popular. I was actually there this year with my family and it was stunning. It offers all the very best of Africa in one country. That is why so many itineraries are actually named World in One Country. It's now over to our gold sponsor, South Africa, and Justin, as he will delight you on all things joyful in South Africa. Everyone, welcome to the virtual roadshow in celebration of Goway's 55 years in business, way back in 1970. The doors opened by Bruce Hodge and his wife, Claire Hodge, back in the day. Well, to this day, for that matter, they're both still working for the company. Bruce is in every day. And it's been 55 years of continued success. And throughout that journey, Goway has slowly added its destinations. We started actually in North America, then focused on South Pacific, then Asia, and then Africa came along and has proven from day dot to be very, very popular. And within that popularity, without a doubt, well, there's East Africa, but I'd say still outranking East Africa is South Africa. And that's who we are going to talk to, or where we're going to talk about today. And the who is Justin Barnett, and he is head of marketing and communications North America for South Africa. So welcome, Justin. How are you today?
Thank you so much. Hi.
Hey, and where are you coming to us from? Are you in South Africa or are you in the US somewhere?
No, this is New York City.
Not quite as glamorous as maybe the Kruger or Cape Town, but hey, New York's not a bad place to be as well. So I'm, without further ado, I'm going to pass over to Justin. He's going to give you one thing I must mention too is South Africa is one of our gold sponsors in our virtual roadshow. So thank you very much for your support as always. So I will pass it over to Justin and he will talk you through all the wonders of South Africa. Over to you, please, Justin.
Thank you so much. Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are tuning in and watching this today. We are so excited that you have taken a little time to share with us. I'm Justin Barnett. I'm the head of marketing for North America, South African tourism, and we are excited to join Goway's celebration of their 55th anniversary of crafting really incredible tailor-made journeys for globetrotters around the world. And some of their most popular itineraries include South Africa, where our vibrant culture, the extraordinary wildlife, and breathtaking landscapes all come together to spark joy and discovery. And really, the Rainbow Nation is more than a place. It's a feeling. It's a feeling of wonder, of connection, of joy. And that's what we're going to explore today. Why South Africa should be top of mind for your clients now more than ever. So travel to South Africa is not just really about seeing the sights. It's about a feeling, something that's unforgettable. Yes, Our landscapes are incredible. The wildlife experience, well, it's iconic. But above all that, it's really the joy and the warmth of our people that are going to leave a lasting impression on your clients. Now, when your clients go to South Africa, they come home changed. Not because they just ticked all the boxes on their must-see, must-do list, but because they made memories that mattered. So I want you to picture this. Waking up to the roar of a lion and then falling asleep to the sound of ocean waves. Now you can choose which ocean. It can be the Atlantic, it can be the Indian. Whether we're talking about Big Five safaris and private reserves or blue flag beaches all along the Garden Route, South Africa delivers moments of awe at every turn. These aren't just travel memories. They're stories that your clients are going to retell again and again. South Africa's cities are pulsing with energy and creativity. Cape Town blends nature and culture from Table Mountain to the winelands, while Johannesburg offers a powerful history and cutting-edge art and design scene. Over in Durban, we've got a laid-back tropical feel with fantastic surf and plenty of Indian-inspired curries. These cities and all the others like them are rich with music, with fashion, with incredible cuisine, and of course, our unbeatable South African hospitality. Your clients may arrive feeling like they're just tourists, but they leave feeling like locals. Now, beyond the landscapes and beyond the wildlife, South Africa is really telling a human story. From indigenous traditions to township community tours to our UNESCO World Heritage sites like Robben Island or the Cradle of Humankind, travel to South Africa is immersive, it's human, and it's real. We don't just showcase culture, we share it. So our latest campaign is called Come Find Your Joy. And that's not just a marketing tagline. That's really our essence. That joy is going to be felt in the land. You're going to find it in the food, feel it in the music, and most of all, connect with it in the smiles of our people. That's what your clients are going to remember most. So we should now take a moment to feel that joy for ourselves.
Who's that? Come play.
I see the world through the eyes of a child. The world's wonders mesmerize you, discovering joy in the people where the sun still shines. Iklang Mabone, Mzansi Africa, rediscovering the sense of wonder. I see all colors, even those beyond the rainbow. I can see clearly now, the light will shine so bright.
So that feeling, that clients, that's what they're going to carry home with them. That's what they're going to talk about. And that's what sets South Africa apart. All right, let's jump into some trends. What are your clients craving right now, and how does South Africa deliver? Well, authenticity, check. Connection, check. Something more than just a checklist, check, check, check. South Africa delivers with immersive safaris, local food experiences, night skies that are packed with stars, and we appeal to a wide niche market group like LGBTQ travelers, wine lovers, eco-tourists, and heritage travel. And repeat travelers are coming back more and more. Over the past 5 years, repeat travelers have really been growing, and they're looking to explore beyond the classics. They're visiting new regions like KwaZulu-Natal or the Eastern Cape. Now, who's booking and who is the destination perfect for? Well, South Africa is really a year-round destination, truly. But seasonality can help tailor the trip to your client's needs. Let's go with summer in South Africa, November to about March. Think about sun-drenched beaches, vineyard picnics, coastal drives. It's a perfect time to visit Cape Town, the Garden Route, or the Cape Winelands. All right, winter, which is May to September, that's all about safari. The dry season offers incredible wildlife viewing, comfortable temperatures, fewer crowds, really expanding on that value for money. So who's booking? I bet you've already got an ideal South Africa client in your stable now. We are seeing strong demand from culture seekers. These travelers crave connection and meaning. They want township community tours, local art scenes, authentic stories, and engagements with locals. Of course, luxury clients, well, South Africa is perfect for them. They are all in on once-in-a-lifetime experiences, private game lodges, fine dining, and exclusive access that only you can provide. Now, there's the younger crowd, millennials and Gen Z. They're looking for wow factor moments, right? They want meaningful adventure, the opportunity to extend for workations, and to be surrounded by beautiful, well-connected settings. We've got that all across the country. Now, don't overlook families and multi-gen groups. They love South Africa's mix of comfort, variety, and flexible pacing suitable for all ages. And as I mentioned briefly on the trends slide, growth segments, including LGBTQ travelers, wellness seekers, of course, food and wine lovers, these people are looking for more than a vacation. They want something transformational, and we've got it ready for them. Now, planning windows do matter. You want to encourage your clients to book 6 to 12 months in advance, especially for private game reserve access and to really secure that peak holiday travel. But the bottom line is this: you don't need the perfect client or the ideal season to sell South Africa. The destination really delivers all year for all kinds of travelers. Well, when your clients come to South Africa, they will be in good company. North American travel to South Africa isn't just rebounding, it's thriving. Over 430,000 visitors from the US and Canada arrived on our shores in 2024, and that growth has continued into the first 7 months of 2025. In a cautious travel market, this really shows how compelling and accessible South Africa really is. We like to think that getting there really is easier than ever. With direct, non-stop overnight flights on both Delta and United from major gateways in the U.S. like Newark in the New York tri-state area, Atlanta, and of course Washington Dulles, your clients can leave in the evening and wake up in the Rainbow Nation ready to explore. And of course, there are lots of great connection options through Europe and the Middle East. And you're right, there are no visa requirements for U.S. or Canadian passport holders, and there are no immunizations required to travel to South Africa. We want it to be as smooth and simple and welcoming as can be. Now, we know because the clients tell us and you tell us, today's travelers want to make a difference. They want to travel with intention. So our new meaningful travel map, developed with Tourism Cares, features trusted experiences that are sustainable focused, community-led, and really, really committed to preserving culture for future generations. Think conservation safaris, indigenous-led tours, eco-lodges. These moments matter. Your clients no longer have to choose between luxury and impact. With these experiences, they can have both. And you can visit Tourism Cares to see that meaningful travel map of South Africa. Well, you don't have to go it alone. We have got some great resources that are going to help you seal the deal. Free training through our SA Specialist program, where you can learn more about all the experiences that we've talked a little bit about today. Safari and wildlife, active adventure, city lifestyle, incredible beaches, scenic beauty, and more. A gorgeous e-brochure, free of advertising, just the facts that you can share with your clients, and a robust digital asset library full of images and videos that you're welcome to steal and share with pride. Everything is at your fingertips, and we're just a call away. So you've seen my face today, but this is my colleague, Judy Pillay, who I work with here in New York. We are your tourism execution team, and we are standing by to help answer any questions that you might have about this fabulous destination. Of course, you already know some of the leading experts in putting together fantastic South African packages, and that's Goway. So don't be afraid to reach out to your contact there to also learn more about how they can create tailor-made experiences that are really going to wow your clients. Well, thank you so much to Don and everybody at Goway for giving us this opportunity today. We are proud to be with you all across the U.S. and Canada, talking to so many fantastic travel advisors about exactly what South Africa has to offer your clients. Let's work together this year to help your clients come to South Africa and find their joy. Thank you, everybody.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Justin. That was awesome. Recited with so much passion about the destination as well. Just one thing I'd like to point out to our listening audience, it's a bit of a cross-sell here that one of the carriers to get you to South Africa on Justin's slide was listed Turkish Airlines. And the reason I bring them up is they're a platinum sponsor for our Goway 55th anniversary roadshow and virtual show. So it's a bit of a shout out there to Turkish for their support, but also because they can get you to South Africa. Secondary thing, I was in South Africa earlier this year and I flew Ethiopian Airlines, which is another great carrier, great connections within the continent of Africa itself. So as Justin mentioned, really good connections, really easy connections to get you into the Rainbow Nation. Another thing I'd like to point out is the South African Tourism Board has a really good training program, again, as Justin highlighted, but Goway also has the Goway Pro Travel Academy, and we have a dedicated module to South Africa. So combining both learning paths will give you a fantastic insight and in-depth knowledge and skills to be able to sell South Africa, though I think South Africa actually sells itself. So I was there earlier this year. Justin, when was the last time you were down there?
I was down as recently as May, June this year.
Oh, we were in there April, May, so we would have almost crossed paths somewhere down there. Right. It is a fantastic destination. It is one of the highlights, probably one of the most popular countries on the African continent. Highly recommended. Again, Jason sort of stole some of my outro thunder by saying that they have a great area of resources, digital and otherwise, that you can call upon. So please reach out to Justin if you have any direct questions or you'd like to be more involved with the South African Tourism Board. Of course, Goway has a multitude of destination specialists selling all of Africa, but particularly focusing in on South Africa. So any inquiries, please give us a call. Justin, I'd like to thank you for your time. And as always, for you out there listening to us, thank you for giving us your time today. And we will talk to you soon. Thanks, Justin. We can see and feel and hear your passion for the Rainbow Nation, South Africa. Next up, we have another gold sponsor, Kyushu. Now, most people, when they think of Japan, will think of Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, and Hiroshima, the Golden Triangle. While amazing and a must, there are many other areas equally enthralling and attractive in Japan. And one of those regions, well, actually islands, is Kyushu. Sit back and enjoy as Karen takes us to the region of Japan just waiting to be explored. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the celebration of Goway's 55 years in business with our Goway virtual roadshow. As we continue around the globe, I'm welcoming one of our gold sponsors, and it's Kyushu. Now, you might see it spelled in English as Kyushu. And I was just speaking to Karen, who I'll introduce formally in a moment, about the pronunciation. Well, actually, Karen, I'll throw it over to you. How do you pronounce Kyushu? Because it's spelled, as I say, KY, but how do you pronounce it?
So with Kyushu, what you're going to be doing is pretend that it's the letter Q followed by the word shu. So Kyushu. So Kyushu.
Kyushu. So everyone, that was Karen, and this is Karen Villa, and she is a senior account executive who is representing Kyushu, and she's going to speak to us today about this area of Japan. So before we get into it, Karen, where are you speaking to us from? Are you in New York, LA? Are you actually in Japan by chance?
I'm actually based in Orlando. I did live in Japan for 2 years, but and I've explored a lot most of Japan actually. So, but no, I'm based here now on the east coast of the USA, so easy to contact.
Okay, wonderful. And we'll get into the contact information at the end. So on that note, I will pass over to Karen, and she will speak to you all about the wonders and the joys of Kyushu. Over to you, Karen.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. I'm so excited to show you the onsen island Kyushu. Kyushu is an incredible destination that is kind of a off the beaten path type of trail that most people haven't gone to in Japan. But I think it's a great destination for people who have already been to Tokyo and, let's say, have kind of had enough of the main places and want to see something completely different. So even if you've been to Japan before, if you haven't been to Kyushu, you haven't been to all of Japan. So I want to show you a short little video so that you can see what that looks like. I hope you guys enjoyed that small video. I am so excited to welcome you to Kyushu. Kyushu is Japan's southernmost major island, where it's made of volcanic landscapes. It's full of samurai history, serene onsen retreats, and authentic and diverse experiences. Whether your clients seek adventure, culture, culinary delights, Kyushu delivers unspoiled beauty and a local charm. So, as I said, Kyushu is the southernmost island of Japan, so first I want to tell you how you would get there. So Kyushu doesn't have any direct routes from anywhere in the US. However, Japan does have direct routes from places in the US. And Kyushu does have direct connections to lots of places in Southeast and East Asia. So for example, if you were to have maybe a 2-week trip and half of the week is going to be in Taiwan, it is only a 2-hour and 30-minute plane ride from Taipei. If you were in Hong Kong, it would be a 3-hour and 45-minute flight from Hong Kong. If it was in the Philippines, you would only have a 4-hour flight from the Philippines. If you were in Thailand, you would have a 5-hour and 35 minutes. It's only 1 hour and 30 minutes from Seoul. And of course, the US has direct flights to Tokyo, to Narita Airport, which is located in the Chiba Prefecture, which is near Tokyo. So LAX to Narita Airport would be 11 hours and 30 minutes. And from Narita to Fukuoka, it's 1 hour and 55 minutes. If you were flying JFK to Narita, it'd only be a 14-hour flight. And then you have your flight down to Fukuoka, which Fukuoka is the capital main main entrance into Kyushu. So this would be Japan, and where you see down here is Kyushu. Kyushu is the southernmost main island, and Fukuoka here is kind of the main entry point into it. Fukuoka has great flight access, great connection access, as well as ferry access. So even if you were to say you had a group that was doing a 2-week travel through Asia, and maybe they had the first week in Seoul in South Korea and maybe Busan, the southernmost part of South Korea, you could actually take a ferry from Busan to Fukuoka. It would be a 3-hour ferry ride. And then, or you could take an even shorter flight. And from Fukuoka, you have great connections to the rest of Kyushu. Getting around Kyushu while you're there, it's easy to explore with either the planes, because they have great air routes throughout Kyushu, as well as ferries, which is a very popular way to travel through Kyushu because Kyushu is a very mild, warm, more of a tropical climate compared to other places of Japan. And they have high-speed trains, highways, and ferry connections to nearby islands as well. So there are many different ways that you can explore Kyushu. There's not a wrong way about it. While you're in Kyushu, I definitely recommend visiting local onsens as well as luxurious hotels that they have, and traditional ryokans as well as the resorts. So Kyushu is known as Japan's hot spring island, onsen island. So I completely recommend that if your clients were to spend some time in Kyushu, at least 1 or 2 of the nights should be in a traditional ryokan. So a ryokan is a traditional Japanese inn, and they are special and unique only to Japan, and especially in Kyushu, which is known for their hot springs. I think it's an unforgettable experience that they cannot have anywhere else. Now, I get a lot of questions about when is the best time to go to Japan? When is the best time to go to Kyushu? As someone who lived there, I can honestly say there's never a bad time to go to Japan. It's always great. Every season has their unique offering, their unique foods, staples, stuff, and festivals. There's always something to do in Japan. You can never be bored. And in Kyushu, what I will say is that they have milder winters compared to other places in Japan. So you can expect that there's definitely more to do there, even when it's cold. However, what I would say is that if you really wanted to see the best of Kyushu, I would recommend going during either spring or fall, because this is when they have the most foliage. There's a lot of festivals, a lot of really great food that's in season. These are the higher seasons usually. But honestly, when people ask me when is the high season of Japan, I don't know when there is not a high season. Japan is always really popular. But since Kyushu is a little bit off the beaten path type of destination, you're sure to find that there will be less crowds in Kyushu than there would be in other places of Japan. So that's something to look forward to as well. I would say if this is your first time going to Japan, and you're going to Kyushu, stay away from summer just because it is very hot. It is a hotter destination, and unless your clients are particularly fond of the heat, or maybe they come from warmer climates, then maybe this is something that they're used to. Kyushu is also not, they do have ski resorts. So if your clients are interested in skiing, that's an opportunity. However, they're not known for ski resorts. So this would be more if your clients are interested in adding a skiing opportunity, but not necessarily going like avid skiers that are like professional skiers and stuff like that. I would say definitely stick mostly to spring and autumn, but if you do want those other seasons, there's still stuff to offer. So if you only had 1 week in Kyushu, a 7-day trip around Kyushu, you can mix a lot of different prefectures around. I decided to focus on Fukuoka, Oita, Miyazaki, and Kagoshima. They seem far away, but they're not, and pretty easy to connect through by train. So you would be landing in Fukuoka Airport from wherever you would have come from, whether that be Narita in Tokyo, or from Busan or Seoul or any other destination around Asia. And you would spend 2 days in Fukuoka exploring the city, the gardens, and the museums. Your 3rd day would be in Oita. You would hot spring hop, which is a particularly fun activity to do, and stay in a traditional ryokan, because Oita in particular is the capital of hot springs in Kyushu. So if Kyushu is the capital of hot springs in Japan, Oita is the capital of hot springs in Kyushu. So you have to go, especially Beppu in Oita. Then you can take the long distance train, Nichirin, which you saw earlier. It's a green train that I had in my pictures, and you can take it to Miyazaki. Miyazaki is a mystical destination with a lot to do, especially for adventure travelers. If you have groups that are really into either spirituality or adventure travel, Miyazaki is the place to go. Then you would go to Kagoshima by the limited express train. You see that I mentioned trains a lot here. It's because trains are something that you have to experience when you're in Japan. It's a truly amazing experience to go through all the different scenery, and it feels like something out of a movie. Then you can explore Kagoshima by ferry, because there are a couple of islands that you can visit through Kagoshima, and you can stay 1 night in the Kagoshima ryokan or a hotel. If you've already done the ryokan in Oita, you could also stay in a hotel, whichever one your clients would prefer. But I always love staying at ryokans because there's nothing like it anywhere else in the world. And then you would depart the last day to Fukuoka from Kagoshima and prepare your departure from Japan. So this is what Fukuoka would look like. Fukuoka is a bustling, incredible, lively city. So if you see here in the top right-hand corner, if you were to go in spring, these are the wisteria gardens. This garden is actually open in spring and in fall. Obviously, in spring during wisteria season, it looks purple like this. In fall, it would be full of fall foliage, beautiful picture opportunities. It's a serene garden, and they also offer seasonal foods and foods that have something in like to do with the flowers of the season as well. So they'll have wisteria ice cream or wisteria pastries as well. Fukuoka is actually, fun fact, one of the youngest cities in Japan in terms of population. They have the highest population of young people in all of Japan. So it is incredibly, their nightlife is incredibly popular. They have a bustling population of youthful people. The night stalls, the food stalls, are what people go to when they go to Fukuoka, because you get a lot of really great street food. I know a lot of people worry when they travel to different places in the world if the street food is safe to eat. It is absolutely safe to eat in Fukuoka. It's safe to eat all over Japan. And you can get a good eclectic mix of different types of foods with influences from China and from South Korea. And because it is so close to other East Asian and Southeast Asian hubs, that it has a lot of influence. There's also the giant Buddha statue that's resting. So this is also a really great picture opportunity, as well as like spiritual getaway for people. Next, we go to Oita. So if you were going to Oita, you would be taking a train or a bus. And so Oita is known for their hot springs. There are the 7 hells of Beppu, which basically are just different like onsens that you can see and experience. Oita city itself is also really popular for their sweet potato liquor, actually, and as well as a couple of other really popular foods. This soup that I have on the side, the noodles there, it's similar to a miso soup, but the noodles are more like mochi rice noodles. If you've ever had mochi, it's like a rice pastry that's very chewy. So these noodles are very chewy and soft. They're different from other places in Japan. This is something that when visiting Japan, it's always good to research what foods are popular in the region, because you often won't be able to find them in other places in Japan. So it's always great when you visit a new prefecture, a new city, try out what's new, what's good in there, because it's something that you can't find elsewhere. But Oita has great shrines, great hiking, great canyoning, and great hot springs. So I definitely recommend staying in one of those there. As for Miyazaki, so fun fact, Miyazaki is actually considered the birthplace of Japan. It has very important mythological, it has a really strong mythological importance in Japan, because if you know anything about Japanese creation mythology, you know about the goddess Amaterasu, which is the goddess of the sun. She is said to have been born there, and she has the shrine that she hid away in, causing like days of darkness, is located in Miyazaki as well, until obviously the other gods were able to coax her out. So Miyazaki is full of spirit, full of history and mythology, and it's a beautiful place to go. The moment you step into it, you feel like you're in a storybook. If you see here, this is a gorge that you can actually visit. You can take a boat tour through it. You can paddleboard through it. It's really beautiful, and it's beautiful in the fall and the spring and the summer. It doesn't matter. It's always a great opportunity. And because Kyushu gets milder weather, even if you were to come in the winter, it's still open, because it doesn't get as cold as other places. There's also many shrines that you can visit while you're in Miyazaki, as well as surfing, something that's really unique and special to Kyushu, but especially Miyazaki. Miyazaki is considered the surfing central of Japan. This is where you can get a lot of really good surfing bits. So if you're getting travelers that are really into adventure travel, Miyazaki is the place that you have to stop at. And then we have Kagoshima. Kagoshima is one of my favorite islands, one of my favorite prefectures, because Kagoshima is a place of wellness, relaxation, as well as it has a really unique style of onsen that you really can't find outside of Kyushu, which is the volcanic sand baths. Kagoshima actually has one of the most active volcanoes in all of Japan. but don't let that scare you. Obviously, there's an entire city here, so it's nothing to be worried about. But the volcanic sands are a completely unique, different way to experience a hot spring. It's good for anti-anxiety relief. It works like a weighted blanket. You basically get kind of buried in it. It's good for releasing impurities from the skin, exfoliation, and it's said that the volcanic properties are just particularly very good for wellness. You can also explore different islands around Kagoshima through the ferry. As well as Sakurajima, that is the volcano there. Off in the distance, you can actually hike the volcano. There are also hot spring properties on that island where the volcano is. So despite that being one of the most active volcanoes in Japan, this is still very, very safe place to visit. I wouldn't let it deter anyone. And I would say, if anything, it makes it more interesting to go and be like, I went to this place that has an active volcano. It's something to really brag about. On top of that, they have really great cycling. They have amazing temples and really good liquor, wine, and traditional onsens that you can experience while you're there. And after you're done with Kagoshima, you could take a plane right back to Fukuoka, and then you can head out. And then if you guys have any questions, feel free to message me. Don will have my contact information as well as Susie's contact information. She is my colleague for Kyushu. So he will make sure to send it over to you guys, and with my name, my email, and my phone number.
So excellent. Thank you very much for that, Karen. That was fantastic. A quick question, or a couple of questions for you. I would assume that the reason that Kyushu is coming sort of to the forefront is to get people, or not away, but as you mentioned earlier in your presentation, to not only focus on the sort of the Tokyo Osaka run. So I assume that's sort of the broader plan for Japan, to get people to some of the other regions of the country.
Absolutely. That's absolutely what the plan is, because places like Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, they get a lot of tourists, they get a lot of love, but we're trying to spread the love to a lot of different places, right? People ask me what my favorite place in Japan is, and I like to say I love all my children equally. But I think ultimately there are a lot of really beautiful places in Japan that don't get the attention that they deserve, simply because Tokyo is so popular.
Yeah, and I noticed too on the maps you were showing that many people, when they go to Japan on that sort of the Golden Triangle, I think it's called, they'll go down to Hiroshima for obvious reasons. But I noticed on the map that it's quite close to Kyushu, so it's not a big add-on from a distance point of view for the normal itineraries that people are looking at. Just on that note too, looking at the map, it seems that the island seems quite close to the mainland. Now, you of course mentioned flying in. Can you cross from like the main island to Kyushu by ferry or otherwise, or train?
You can take the train, actually. There are bullet trains that go from Hiroshima straight to Kyushu as well. So it's very, very accessible. If there's anything that Japan does really well, it's trains.
Right. So it's a very easy add-on to a standard famous Golden Triangle itinerary. Okay, excellent.
Exactly. And
okay,
if
then.
they're going to go to...
Yes, no, please. Yep.
Sorry, yeah. If they're going to Hiroshima for like the cultural and like the history, especially about the atomic bomb, they can also add on Nagasaki, which is in Kyushu as well. So
okay, well, there you go. Okay. So thank you, Karen, for that. We really appreciate it. It's good to see other aspects of Japan that people may not be aware of. It seems like a beautiful country, literally from top to bottom. So we encourage everyone out there to get in touch with your Goway destination specialist for Japan, and or Karen and Susie. For those who were at the actual road shows in the US, you'll meet Susie there as well. So on that note, I'd like to thank Karen for her time today. And as always, thank you for listening in, and we appreciate your time, and we will talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Karen. I think you can see Kyushu is a great addition to any existing Japan itinerary or a great second visit location. Just ask your Goway destination specialist and they will be more than happy to make it happen. Now it's on to our silver sponsors, and we will have these partners present in succession, and I'll be back at the end to wrap things up. We will start with the Northern Territory in Australia, then move to Thailand, back to Australia and Victoria. Then let's look at Hong Kong before hearing from LATAM Airlines, then Tourism Australia, and then to wrap it all up, Qantas Airlines. Enjoy. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Goway 55th Virtual Roadshow in celebration of Goway's 55 years in business. And, well, technically it all began in North America. That's where Bruce Hodge, the owner of the company, actually started first running trips. But Goway's reputation has been built off the back of all our services and experience to selling the South Pacific, and in particular his and my home country, Australia, because Bruce Hodge, the owner of the company, is a fellow Australian. And literally at the heart of the country is a territory, because in Australia, if you don't know, we have states and territories. And one of them is the Northern Territory, famous for Darwin in the north. You have Uluru in the center, what was once known as Ayers Rock. And here to tell us all about the Northern Territory is Helen Putman, and she's a destination representative for Northern Territory, Australia. So Helen, you said you're talking to us or coming to us from Los Angeles, is that correct?
Sure I am, West Coast representing.
Oh, there you go. Could I just a quick little background, how did you get involved with looking after Northern Territory?
Right, so this is my third year on the destination account. When I started my work with GY Global, they were my first client that I was introduced to, and I'm really excited and proud to have continued representing them ever since, mostly in the trade space, but also in marketing as well. I look after both our partnerships and trade management within the US and Canada.
So again, we will be hearing from both the US and Canadian side through Helen. It's a beautiful territory. Largely desert, but not all desert. And like most Australians, we don't visit our own backyard until much later in life, if at all. And I was lucky enough to drive from Darwin down to the centre, as we Australians will call it, the centre, in a RV, camper van type thing many years ago with my 3 young boys and my wife. And it's one of the most memorable trips that we've done. So without stealing too much of Helen's thunder, I will pass it over to her and she will tell you all about the Northern Territory.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you so much for joining me, and thank you, Don, for the excellent introduction. As mentioned, my name is Helen Putman, and I'm with Australia's Northern Territory. We're going to go ahead and start with a big overview. First and foremost, the Northern Territory is broken down into 2 colloquial halves. That's going to be comprised of both top end and red center. The top end is really made up of northern lush tropical feeling, and the red center is way more of that outback. So think red rock, big arid desert space. Anyone who's looking for that classic Australian vacation is going to come way down south. Now, this is also home to Uluru, previously known as Ayers Rock, as well as Alice Springs and Kings Canyon. And then the top end really does comprise of most of our national parks, Kakadu, Catherine, Arnhem Land, the like, as well as our capital city of Darwin. Always important to note, there are no direct flights from the United States to the Northern Territory, so you'll always come in through one of our eastern seaboard cities. Typically, we see folks coming in through the Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Cairns. However, a new route just opened up from San Francisco to Adelaide, which gives us another great point of entry nonstop. Once you do arrive into Adelaide, I always like to mention that we do have railway travel as an option as well. Journey Beyond operates the GAM train that runs all the way from Adelaide up to Darwin with 2 points of service, a 2-day, 1-night tour that lets you out into Alice Springs, and a 4-day, 3-night that takes you all the way up north to Darwin. It's a great way to see those scenic escapes throughout the center, as well as combining with your transportation. So always something that I like to bring to folks. Now, I do just want to hop into our beautiful chart here really quick, just highlighting some of our access points into the Northern Territory. As you can see, once you arrive in the country, lots of access into the NT. But again, always changing and happy to help out where I can. Seasonality-wise, we always recommend travel between May and October during our dry period, specifically up to the top end. Outside of this point, it does tend to increase in humidity, so we would dissuade travel during tropical summer. For the Red Center, it is a little bit more stable. Year-round travel is accepted. Now, it is the desert, so it will be a little bit warmer during the day, a little cooler during the nights. But again, much more of that year-round travel in the Red Center. So now we'll just go through a big overview of our major points of interest. Darwin, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be that capital city. The population sits at around 150,000 people, so it is quite intimate, quite low populace, which makes it for a great, easy introduction into the Darwin way of life. It's very laid back up here, tropical weather, very culturally diverse, and gives you a great launching off point into some of our other national parks, but also allows you a real look into the culture and community of the area. The Darwin Street Art Festivals and walking tours are very popular among guests, as well as the Mindel Sunset Markets pictured below. Now, these markets are a great place to go to explore the local food in the area, as well as pick up some textiles and souvenirs on your way home. Now, this will put us in great position to do either a day or multi-day tour into some of our surrounding national parks. Today, I'm only going to be highlighting two, one being Kakadu National Park. Located about 3.5 hours drive from Darwin, it is one of our largest national parks and is also dual listed as a UNESCO World Heritage listed site. It's been home to the Benin and Mungwe people for over 65,000 years, possesses over 280 species of bird, and again, best explored on either day or multi-day tour. We do have some offerings departing from that city of Jabiru, which is located within the national park, and plenty of accommodations in the region if you do choose to stay overnight. Popular touring in the area will include trips to waterfalls, natural hiking, gorge swimming, and the Yellow Water Billabong cruises, which is a personal favorite of mine. Great opportunity to see some wildlife, specifically rock wallabies, crocodiles, and plenty of bird species as well. Next, we'll pop over to Catherine, another beautiful national park up in the region. Catherine really sets itself apart through its gorge system. The Sunset Dinner Cruise operated within Nipmuc Gorge takes you into some of our very famous rock art sites as well. Now, some of this indigenous rock art has been here for over 35,000 years, if you can believe it. It's a very, very big piece of history and super special to behold. This is also going to be about 3.5 hours south of Darwin. So again, best explored on a multi-day tour, but absolutely operational, especially if you can get one of those chartered helicopter flights into the region. Similar offerings here, exploring the tropical limestone Kata caves, doing some of our different hiking, as well as soaking in some of our thermal springs as well. Catherine truly is a beautiful place. So we'll go ahead and hop into our Red Center region at this point. Alice Springs is our famous outback town, has over 300 sunny days per year and plenty to do within the city itself. The Kangaroo Sanctuary is one of my favorite products down here. It is a wonderful place that helps rehabilitate injured or separated kangaroos, and those that cannot be reintroduced to the wild will live out the rest of their days on the sunny sanctuary where they get to meet guests like yourselves. We are also home to the Alice Springs Desert Park, who did actually just release a new tour recently. It is the Nocturnal Tour. You're allowed to go into the park at night wearing a red light headlamp so that you can identify all of our nighttime critters, which is really fun. I was able to see an echidna this way, which is a really, really fun experience. Next, we'll pop into Kings Canyon. This is a great way to break up your drive between Alice Springs and Uluru. Kings Canyon is its own Aboriginal cultural experience called Kark Aboriginal Cultural Experience. This is one of the best of the territory. The couple is very easy to work with, incredibly kind, and does a great comprehensive job talking about traditional bush tucker, ancient medicine, traditional dot painting methods, and more. They also have a smoking ceremony, so truly just very welcoming and gives you a really great feel of the culture in the area. G'day Group did just have some refurbishments down at Kings Canyon Resort, so the accommodations are pristine and ready for guests. And finally, we will round out with that Uluru-Kata National Park. Uluru is certainly the Sacred Heart of Australia and our #1 monolith, also previously known as Ayers Rock. Uluru stands as a dual World Heritage listed site and definitely celebrates some of our Indigenous culture in the area. There are plenty of ways to interact with this beautiful region, including dining under the stars through one of our Field of Light walks or experiencing one of our newer products, such as Windjiri Wiru. You can learn all about the cultural history through the Uluru-Kata Cultural Center, or even go on a walking tour around the base of Uluru and Kata themselves. All the touring here is going to be during sunrise and sunset to keep guests out of the heat of the day, which really helps out, takes away one of those planning elements. We do hope that you'll be able to join us out in destination soon, and I want to thank you so much for your time and turn it back over to Dawn.
Thank you very much, Helen. Oh, you can go off share. Yeah, there you go. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, it is a fantastic destination within a fantastic country, and it's sort of criminal that a lot of Australians, like myself, don't visit it sooner. It is the literal beating heart of the country. Now, there were Aboriginal communities throughout all of Australia, coastal all the way into the desert, but the Northern Territory really exemplifies and spotlights and highlights the Aboriginal culture, which I believe is the oldest living culture in the world, oldest living peoples in the world. So that in itself should be something that you should be adding it to your itinerary when you consider Australia. And the air connections into Darwin and Alice Springs and Ayers Rock Airport are quite abundant. Actually, on that note, Helen, can you just maybe expand on how people can get to and from the territory?
Absolutely. So as Don mentioned, we do have 3 airports in destination, one in Darwin, one in Alice Springs, and one in Uluru. It is worth noting that currently we have no operating air service between Alice Springs and Uluru. So typically we will see folks doing a drive in between those destinations specifically. But the flight from Sydney up to Darwin takes around 5 hours. Darwin down to Alice is 3. It's a vast destination, but the services are, as you mentioned, very abundant, and we're happy to welcome guests.
Yeah, it's very easy to put it together, whether you sort of stay in the centre, so the southern part of the territory, or you want to venture to the north. And again, the easiest and fastest way is to fly between the areas, but highly recommended is what myself and my family did, is a car or an RV and driving big distances, but it's stunningly beautiful as a territory within the heart of Australia. So, Helen, I'd like to thank you for your time today. Everyone out there, as always, thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. If you do have any questions about the Northern Territory, Australia in general, please reach out to one of the destination specialists here at Goway, or you can reach out directly to Helen as well. We'll add her contacts at the end of this if you do have any questions, or if you need any support in marketing or any marketing collateral, they can definitely help you, as can Goway. So again, thank you, Helen, for your time today, and everyone out there, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
To the Goway Virtual Roadshow in celebration of 55 years in business. Goway Travel started in 1970. And one of our regions that's been with us from almost the start has been the Asia region, and in turn has been Thailand, which has been one of our biggest supporters, particularly in my time here at Goway, which has been the last 20 years. So today we are going to hear all about Thailand from Steve Johnson, who is the marketing manager in the New York office of the Tourism Authority of Thailand. So welcome, Steve. How is your day going so far?
Well, thank you, Don. The day is going great. Thank you so much for having us.
My pleasure. Now, you might see a bit of a switch in video, not quality, but a sort of a break here because we're actually having some technical issues with Steve and my recording software. So we're going to throw to a recorded version of Steve presenting on Thailand, and on his return, we'll have a few Q&A for him as well.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to my presentation on Amazing Thailand. My name is Steve Johnson. I'm Marketing Manager with the Tourism Authority of Thailand, and I'm based in New York. I'm often asked what separates Thailand from other destinations within Southeast Asia, and the answer is very simple. It's the amazing biodiversity, because it truly is amazing in amazing Thailand. These are some of the reasons why we are so diverse, with over 40,000 temples, over 1,400 islands for you to hop and choose from, 127 national parks for you to explore, and 5 of those are UNESCO World Heritage Sites. This is an idea of some of the clients that you may want to consider sending to Thailand. Of course, those who are traveling for leisure, families, very, very welcomed, wellness, a very important component, as well as romance, culture, history, food, of course, and our beaches. A few finds that I feel will inspire you. Always remember that it starts with our people. That friendly smile and that why that you receive lets you know that you're in the land of smiles. Of course, we're a Buddhist country, so it is not uncommon for you to see Buddha images the length and breadth of Thailand, like, for example, the one pictured here, seen along the Klong Tour in Bangkok. Almsgiving is definitely an activity that I recommend anyone traveling to Thailand do when they're visiting. The monks come from their monasteries into the towns and the villages very early in the morning to receive food. Of course, visitors can partake in this activity, which a lot of people think is very spiritual. Of course, as I mentioned, many temples to choose from, such as the Marble Temple located in the heart of Bangkok, which is pictured here. Many festivals for you to choose from as well, like Songkran, which happens in the month of April and coincides with our Thai New Year, which happens on the 13th of April. This is a festival all about water. Similarly, we have Loi Krathong, the Festival of Light that happens towards the end of the year and coincides with the lunar calendar. Definitely times when you want your clients to be in Thailand. So let me take you off the beaten path so you can explore a few interesting finds, like the Blue Temple and the White Temple that you will find in the charming, quaint city of Chiang Rai in the north. Many of the tea plantations are accessible to visitors, and of course, for anyone who loves tea or anyone who'd like to know about tea, it's definitely an attraction or an activity that we recommend highly. And of course, coming to Thailand, you cannot come without an exchange with the elephants. We always incorporate it into any study tours that we do for travel advisors, and you get to interact with the elephants, those gentle giants, at a pace and preference that you prefer. Of course, if you don't wish to interact with them and you just like to view them, that is definitely possible with a great glass of wine. And of course, as I mentioned, we have many national parks, 5 of those UNESCO World Heritage Sites. And of course, cycling through the parks is a great activity. Come find the new in you. That's what we encourage people to come to Thailand and do. Come connect. Come connect with our rainforests, come connect with our national parks, come breathe fresh air. Those are some of the things that you can enjoy while in Thailand. Come do yoga, come do wellness on one of the sandbanks in the south. Definitely an amazing awe-inspiring experience. Or just come to relax with nature, be one with nature in your private luxury resort, many of those available in Thailand. Of course, a great glass of wine over a sunset is definitely a plus when you're in the land of smiles. We ask you to come and be active as well. Take a bike ride through one of the many rice paddies in the northern part of Thailand, stopping at many coffee shops and local temples, or to do river kayaking during season, or to take part in Muay Thai, which is our national sport, available to the adults as well as the kiddies as well. We invite you to come and relax in Thailand. Definitely not leaving Thailand with a traditional Thai massage is something that we want to make sure is included on your bucket list. And of course, to relax after a great massage in a therapeutic warm bath outside in the flora and fauna is definitely a plus to an experience of wellness. We ask you to come and retreat. So for those clients who want to go to a specialized retreat for something specific, whether it be weight loss, detox, etc., those are available in Thailand, and we ask you to come and enjoy and to inquire more about them. And always remember, ladies and gentlemen, life is a beach, and for those, we have many in Thailand. There are 3 distinct areas for beach activities. I'll focus on the islands in the southern Gulf, which include the islands of Koh Samui, Koh Phangan, and Koh Tao. And then, of course, in the Andaman Sea, you have Phuket and Krabi, and many of the other islands, which a lot of people are very familiar with. Antong Marine Reserve is located off the island of Koh Samui, definitely an activity you want to enjoy when you're on the island of Koh Samui. Koh Phangan, sister island, very close, very relaxed, very tranquil, definitely for those romance seekers who just want rest and tranquility. Of course, Koh Tao is located in the same body of water, and definitely for those who like diving, snorkeling, and it definitely attracts the younger crowd. The Panga Bay is the gateway to the Andaman, and there you have beautiful turquoise waters with limestone formations that jut out of the earth. Beautiful white sandy beaches, crystal clear waters, warm to swim in all year round and safe. Sea kayaking or sea kite surfing is definitely activities that you can enjoy when you're in Thailand, or just a romantic dinner by the sunset by the seaside, definitely pluses to visiting Thailand. It's important to know where to go when. I'm often asked, what is the best time of year to visit Thailand? November through April, the weather, the length and breadth of Thailand is typically very good. If you're traveling to Thailand in our North American summer and your clients are insistent on good weather, August is the great month to visit Koh Samui in the Gulf of Thailand because it enjoys a sunny, beautiful weather compared to Phuket in the Andaman, which is in monsoon season. So always important to know where to go when. Of course, our capital city is Bangkok. We're about the size of Texas. Our language is Thai. English is widely spoken. And of course, our currency is the Thai baht. Vaccinations are not required, and visas for those who are traveling with a Canadian or American passport is also not required. Our Tie the Knot Specialist program is designed specifically with you travel advisors in mind. It will do 2 things for you. It will expand your knowledge of Thailand as a destination and unlock an amazing sales kit that will make available to you great high-res images, videos, sample itineraries, templates, and a directory, plus more that you can enjoy and use for the preparation of your itineraries for your clients to Thailand. Again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Steve. I'm with TAT New York. I'm very happy to have had you for the short few minutes to tell you about Thailand. We look forward to welcoming you and all your clients to amazing Thailand. Khop kun mrak. We look forward to seeing you one day very soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. That was, as always, a very informative presentation. Thailand is one of our biggest sellers in the region. It's got so much to offer, from the north to the central to the stunning, beautiful beaches of the south. Now, one thing that Steve has told me off air, so to speak, which wasn't in his presentation, that there is an update for our Canadian travelers and Canadian agents on getting to and from Thailand. Steve, would you like to expand on that, please?
Sure, Don. Actually, it's not just for Canadian agents. It's for agents or advisors throughout North America. Yeah, Air Canada has just announced that it will begin yearly service to Thailand, so it'll no longer be seasonal. And that is exceptional not only for the Canadian market directly, but also for the American market, because it means now that everything can filter through Vancouver 365 days of the year. It just gives the North American traveler one additional opportunity to fly very conveniently to Thailand, specifically into Bangkok. And Air Canada is really the first North American carrier to provide that service on an annual basis. So we're very excited about this news, and we feel that it's definitely going to be a game changer, not only for the Canadian market, but also for the US as well.
Excellent, because we always like to hit both regions of North America, and that is a perfect solution, as you mentioned, to get people to and from Thailand. So before we say goodbye, Steve, is there anything else that you would like to say to our listening audience?
Yes, just to say thank you so much for your continued support of Thailand. We look forward to welcoming not only your visitors, but you as well to Thailand in the not too distant future. So thank you so much for your continued support. We look forward for great year ahead. ขอบคุณมากครับ
Yep. Thank you very much. And again, if you do have any questions about Thailand, you can speak to your destination specialist here at Goway, or you can go directly to the tourism office in New York in Steve. And is there an equivalent office for the Canadian market, or do you handle or can handle inquiries from the Canadian agents as well, Steve?
Well, I can handle all inquiries so long as they're about Thailand.
Oh, well, there you go. So be prepared for an inundation of phone calls from our travel agents out there. So, Steve, thank you very much for your time today. And as always,
You're very
everyone
welcome.
out there, thank you for listening in.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the celebration of Goway and its 55 years in business through our virtual 55th Roadshow. We have quite a few Australian representatives and supporters with us through our roadshow. That's because Goway has built its reputation off our services, expertise, and travel, and sending globetrotters to Australia, my home country. And we are now going to speak about the other state, because I'm from New South Wales, so the other state to the south being Victoria. And with that, we have Kristen Mallaby-Nair, who is here from Visit Victoria, and she's going to speak to us about Melbourne and why Victoria as a state is better than the other states. But we'll get arguments from myself as a New South Wales person. But again, that's all in jest. Kristen, where are you coming to us from today? Are you in the US? Are you in Australia, perchance?
I'm in the US. I'm based in Los Angeles.
Now, that's where most of the tourist offices will base themselves, and particularly people from the South Pacific. So what's the weather like there today? Here in Toronto, where I'm talking to you from, it's a beautiful day. Is it the usual beautiful LA weather out there?
It is nice and sunny. I have the glow.
Are you from LA originally?
I'm not. I'm from California, which is in LA, but I'm from Northern California. I just realized that. I'm always thinking Australia.
Fair enough. Okay, we're not here to talk about California as beautiful it is, or LA as beautiful it is. We're here to talk about Victoria and Melbourne. So on that note, I'll pass it over to Kristen. All yours, Kristen.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to share what's Melbourne and Victoria and how we're just every bit different. I know we talked about all the other states and there's something special in each, but I am going to share what is unique about Melbourne. But before I share all those different bits, I think we have to go through the getting there bit. And that really revolves around our direct access. So Qantas, United, and now Delta starting in December is going to be flying directly into Melbourne. There's also flights from Dallas and San Francisco. So great connections. Plus, you can hop over from Honolulu on Qantas. It's very easy. And once you land, as you can see with this map of Australia, Victoria is the southernmost mainland state. It's small and compact, but don't let that fool you. And its compact size, it packs a lot of different bits of experiences to really experience the best of Australia. So once your clients land, you can see here the cityscape in the background of this map. Beautiful skyline mixed with laneways and Victorian architecture with modern skyscrapers. It sits on the Yarra River that's on the top corner of this. And then you can see here, there's a lot of nature alongside of the city. And this is the Royal Botanic Garden. So really something for people who love city and nature. And I'm going to tell you how to make the most of this great state and city. So really, we kind of start with the every bit iconic bits. And you've probably heard Melbourne described as Australia's culture capital. It's filled with beautiful laneways and architecture, great shopping, our Flinders station right there with our trams passing by. There's some icons, but it's not like the icons in other places where you have the Eiffel Tower and people are rushing around to check those off. It really is a destination that takes a few days to understand and experience. And it's a vibe as well. It's a great place, like you see with the tours, with the locals who love to show things around. So I highly encourage you to arrange a half-day tour when they land and to see the city sites, get the lay of the land, start learning about the architecture. It's a wonderful city to get around, like the picture with the trams. There's a free tram network in the city center. It's very easy to walk around, so they have that freedom to explore, but then there's so many experiences that you can add into that trip to enhance it. So that being said, the different bits that you can add in, there's the cultural bit with our museums, the exciting bits with a lot of events. Basically, every time, every month, every week, there's something happening in the city and the state. So I would highly recommend you talking to your Goway advisor, but also looking at our website with what's on, because you can add that into the trip from January, where there's the Australian Open, great time to go. And then between the tennis matches, sending them out to the Great Ocean Road, to the Formula One, to winter is slightly colder. It's our summer here, but that's where we really put on a show, whether it's the lightscapes and the gardens to the Aussie Rules football match. This is also something I would highly recommend that you add on to a trip. People don't know what it is. It's rugby and football and soccer combined. It's where 100,000 of Melbourne and Victoria and Australia's fans come to watch this interesting game. And I tell you, your clients will love it. And also new this year is the Australian Open of Golf will have Rory McIlroy. So your clients will be watching the TV and seeing him play down there, and they'll be inspired to go and golf in one of the great golf destinations of the world. Some of the top golf courses are located in Melbourne, and then also just outside of it. So they get that relaxing, so much things to do on the 19th hole. And then also I would highly mark your calendars, especially if you have NFL fans and Rams fans especially. The Rams are the host team, and they're going to be playing a regular season match next year in 2026. Watch the space, because we'll announce a date soon, and then who the second team is. And that being said, there's so much on offer with hotels, whether it's big brands that Goway works with, smaller boutique hotels and neighborhoods. A lot of Australian brands, or a lot of America's brands and the world's brands are opening up hotels, and especially in Melbourne. We have the highest hotel room inventory in Australia. So lots of options, whether your clients want something luxury to really that boutique experience. I just want to highlight one right here. One hotel has just opened its doors on the banks down over in the Docklands area. And it's a wonderful addition, sustainable hotel, excellent restaurant. It just goes to show, basically every couple months, something's opening in Melbourne, and always innovative. So you can see here a couple of days, you've added museums, you've gone with the locals and done walking tours. There's exceptional food and drink. It's one of the world's best food destinations. 3,500 restaurants in the city alone, and all the cuisines are represented. And the reason why it's so special is because there are different, really, I think the Melburnians love to take the world's dishes and have their inventive takes on it. But there's such local ingredients and the Australia botanicals that they also bring into that. So I highly recommend booking a food tour, getting a little bit more adventurous over those couple days that your clients have been exploring. Get them a little bit outside of the city center with a heritage walker, go ballooning over the city. Also, this is a river. It's very European in feel. There's a river going through it, lots of bars, but there's river cruises. You can even pilot your own go boat down the river with a charcuterie board if people are a little bit more adventurous. With that, I would definitely recommend getting outside of the city center, whether it's on a day tour. We find more clients are wanting to do road trips, and Goway can help organize the car rental and the hotel accommodation, and then also be on hand to answer questions if they have any calls and, heaven forbid, issues, which I doubt it because the Aussies are always so helpful. But there, you have the resources there to help you plan a trip, whether they want to do a day trip, a private tour through some of these areas, or go on their own. But I love this map because you can see just within the distance, even that hour ring is our most popular experiences, from the Yarra Valley down south, the Mornington Peninsula, hugging that bay, to Phillip Island where the penguins are, and then over if you're heading west up to the Great Ocean Road. So I just want to dive into those and kind of explain a little bit so you can match the experience to your client. And sometimes they want to see all of these, which you can do in probably 3 to 7 days. You just take some really great planning and experts. Great Ocean Road, very iconic, one of the Australia's and the world's best drives. Lots of ways to see it. I highly recommend a day trip, but if they're short on time, but really getting out on the road and making sure they overnight in one of our small coastal towns. They can eat at Bray, which is this fine dining restaurant, or go and explore the 12 Apostles Artisans Trail. There's also wonderful wildlife sanctuaries and places to see koalas and kangaroos and birds in the wild. And there's also a UNESCO World Heritage Site called Bunge Bim, where they get insights in the indigenous culture. And you can see here along the Great Ocean Road, clients can go back inland or they can go onto South Australia, maybe Kangaroo Island. But I highly recommend having them loop back, go north to the Grampians and onto the Goldfields, where you can see that there's this ancient mountain grandeur, lots of great walks for those people who really love hikes or bike rides. There's options there. It has one of the best regional dining experiences with the Royal Mail Hotel. And also, this is the birthplace of sparkling Shiraz. So you can burn off your calories by eating and drinking well up in this area. And then after that night, headed on down through the Goldfields. If people like history and culture, maybe relax in Spa Country in Dalesville. This is where a luxury lodge is, and it's gorgeous. That being said, they may opt to go around the bay. We have a lot of options that are about an hour outside of the city center. And I'm going to walk you through a couple. Yarra Valley is our wine region. It's actually where 4 of the 5 top wines right now are being produced. And it's a great option to go wine tasting, but there's also very family-friendly experiences and experiences for people who love wine or just want to be in the ambiance of it. So can go to estates and do tea time and or wine tasting. In this corner right here, you can see the world's best gin is actually found in the Yarra Valley, and you can make your own gin. There's Healesville Sanctuary to get up close to wildlife. And one of my favorite experiences for all ages is Puffing Billy, where people can dangle their feet over the edge as they climb up through the Dandenongs forest. Another option for clients who probably like that wellness and wine and coastal views and small boutique wineries with great art is the Mornington Peninsula. Here you'll get all these type of activities to get you out and about, but then let you relax. I actually like this option at the beginning or the end of a trip because then you can just unwind and kind of take a breath. And at the end of the day, actually, Victoria is Australia's spa capital, and we have a bathing trail, which means you can go to these natural hot springs. This one is the Peninsula Hot Springs, and just across the road is Alba. And last but not least, Phillip Island is one of the, around those experiences around the bay is our island sanctuary, and famous for our little penguins. A lot of options for day trips where some depart at noon, probably better in the summer when there's a lot more daylight hours. But I highly recommend going earlier in the day, hopping on down. There's so many experiences, from wildlife cruises to seeing these cute koalas up close, to even a Grand Prix circuit that you can go and go-kart. So really something for everybody. And a Goway advisor can tell you the best time and what you'll see with the penguins, because every season has births and molting and winter visits and chick feeding. So it's just a spectacular time to go. I kind of want to just, from the penguins area, if somebody really likes to get off the beaten path, they can do the Penguins to Prom and head into Gippsland on their way to Sydney. It's the Sydney to Melbourne touring route. And this is where you have stellar natures, where you can see wombats in the wild. And this is really spectacular because people don't realize from Melbourne that within that, map I showed you from 1 to 4 hours, you can see all these nature experiences without having to hop on planes, spend hours in the car. So keep that in mind for clients that maybe want to go deeper into destinations, or maybe they're flying, they kind of want to minimize that, but there's home to Squeaky Beach and Maytung Hot Springs. And you can see here, there's this coastal route up to Sydney, or maybe clients want to head inland and over our high country to places like Echuca. Right here is the PS Australian Star. It's a deluxe paddle boat that is brand new. It's actually sold out for next year. There's a couple sailings. So if you really like paddle steamers or really unique river cruises, I would talk to your Goway advisor, because this is a great option. Has an elevator, so if people have accessibility issues, they can get up and down to their suites. And then you're seeing these red gum forests and wineries along the way. It's just a gorgeous experience. So that being said, I think I've walked you through a bit, and there's so much more to explore. Highly suggest going to goway.com. They have a lot of Melbourne tours and vacation packages that we talked about. But in the meantime, to stay inspired, follow our social so you can see what's happening in real time, or visit our website. And I just want to thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Kristen. There's always been a very healthy rivalry between the cities of Sydney and Melbourne. And as you can see, Melbourne in particular has so much going for it, so many sports events in the city itself and in the state as well. Just a little side note, a little bit of proud Aussie shout out here is you do have the Australian F1 in Melbourne every year. And the current, as of where we're in September now, the current championship leader happens to be a Melbourne boy by the name of Oscar Piastri. So a nice little tie in there to some of the sports events that happen down in Melbourne. Also, it's a beautiful colonial city. It's got a lot of colonial history as well. It's famous for its cafes. It is a really cool city, and it's a very, very pretty state with lots and lots of things to do. So I'd like to thank Kristen for sharing all that fantastic news and information about the state of Victoria. As she mentioned, there's lots of avenues to get more information, both directly with the tourism boards, with Visit Victoria. Also, you can speak to Goway and our destination specialist. As I mentioned at the beginning of our presentation today, we are one of the leaders in getting people to Australia and in particular Victoria. So our destination specialists know the destination inside out, and we're more than happy to help you and your clients on creating that perfect itinerary to the land down under and Victoria. So I'd like to thank Kristen for her time today. And also I'd like to thank you, as always, for your time. We know you have busy days out there, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to us and our very supportive partners, and also in celebration of 55 years in business. So thank you, and thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Goway 55th Virtual Roadshow, celebration of 55 years in business. 1970, Goway opened its doors and we're still going strong. And in that time, we've had many partners have helped us to get to have this longevity and to gain the success we have. And one of those partners have been with us for a long time, because Asia was one of the, not the very first, but one of the very first divisions at Goway opened, and that is Hong Kong. And coming to us live from New York City is Linda Ho, who is the Senior Manager of Trade Marketing for the US. But of course, she is also going to speak directly to our Canadian agents out there as well. So Linda, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much, Don. How about you?
I'm very well. It's going to be a busy day. We're doing all our recordings today of our with our partners. And then we're hitting the road next week. So again, when you're watching this would have all been in the past, but we're hitting the road next week to do this in person. So without further ado, let me pass the platform over to Linda, who is going to speak to you all about the wonders of Hong Kong.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. And I'm happy to share with you all the new and exciting things about Hong Kong. Hello, welcome to Hong Kong. This is the beautiful Victoria Harbour. So Hong Kong has gone through quite a lot of transformation and a lot of new places, attractions, and things to do. So what I'm going to do today is just to walk you through some of the latest and the most exciting things. Hong Kong is small, but we have big characters and we have a lot of things to offer. So how do we start? So I have picked 4 more important and relevant topics to share with you, so you can share with your clients. So 4 of them, the first one is the art, and the second is the culture. Culinary food is important for everybody, and the great outdoor of the natures of Hong Kong. So I don't know how many of you have been to Hong Kong, but these are the iconic attractions, which is always on the poster, always on the Instagram and Facebook. So from the top left is the Star Ferry, and then the Victoria Harbour and the skyline. And when you go on to the bottom left is the Nong Ping Cable Car, where you can go up to the Giant Buddha and the Pauline Monastery in Lantau Island. And on the bottom right is the Peak Tram. It's going to take you to the Victoria Peak. We call it Victoria. So it's quite an experience when you go up there. You can have a 360 degree walk around the peak and see Hong Kong in a panoramic view. And also, I did not have it in the picture, but the trolley in Hong Kong Island is something you are not going to miss. So we are going to talk about the art and culture. Recent years, we have developed the West Kowloon Cultural District. That is on the western part of the Tsim Sha Tsui, which is the key tourist attraction on Kowloon Peninsula. It's about 10 minutes away from Tsim Sha Tsui, and there is the whole area is dedicated to art and culture. We have 2 new museums over there. One is the M+, is a visual art contemporary museum. And then the Hong Kong Palace Museum with artifact on loan from the China Palace Museum from Beijing to Hong Kong. And then you can see on the bottom left is the outside of the M+. And then if you want to visit some of the old places, this is the Chini Nunnery. It's a Tang Dynasty architecture. It's beautiful, beautiful. It's in the eastern part of the Kowloon Peninsula. Now, I want to go over the some of the places in the West Kowloon Cultural District that I have mentioned. On the far right is the Sichu Center, is for Chinese opera performance. And then in front of it is the M+ Museum. dedicated to visual art. And then furthest to the left is the Hong Kong Palace Museum. And then in the middle is the free space. So the whole area is dedicated for performance, exhibitions, and things like that. It's worth going. And you see the tall building is the International Commerce Center, and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel is up there. And then we have the W Hotel around, and then it's also the location of the train station going to the airport, and then also the high-speed rail station. So it's a very, very convenient location for people to go to. On the culinary side, everybody loves food, and then Hong Kong has the whole blend of Eastern and Western, local and international cuisine. So we have a 76 Michelin stars restaurant in Hong Kong in 2025, and authentic local Hong Kong style food. I think the most famous and popular is the dim sum. Dim sum is those little finger food appetizers. We see it as appetizers, but it's come in savory flavor, sweet flavor, and it's really amazing. When you go to Hong Kong, don't miss that. And then also when you look at about it, it's a very famous local food is called pineapple bun with butter inside. And the milk tea, you drink milk tea along with the sweet bun. Like life, Hong Kong comes alive when the sun went down. So we have a lot of rooftop bars, speakeasy bars, nightclubs. And if you are not a bar person as I am, I would go to Temple Street Night Market. They have a lot of new installation sculptures or neon lights, and of course the street performance and vendors and things like that. So it has renew the look and the experience in Temple Street Night Market nowadays. And then for those who really enjoy the wine and the cocktail, 4 of Asia's top best 10 bars are in Hong Kong. Number 1 is the Bar Leone, and then Koa, Argo, and the Aubrey. These are all the bars that is on the top 10 list. So it's a must do when you are in Hong Kong. So great outdoors. You might not have known. You think that Hong Kong is a concrete jungle with the cityscape already. But no, we have over 260 islands in Hong Kong. So it offers you a lot of outdoor activities experience like hiking, biking, swimming, diving, or even kayaking. So just a lot of water sports available in Hong Kong. And one thing about the great outdoor in Hong Kong is that it's so close to the city. It takes only an hour. You take within an hour by public transportation, by bus, by train, or by ferry, and you can get there, enjoy the outdoor, the fresh air of Hong Kong. Hotels, we have 323 hotels currently in Hong Kong, and with over 90,000 rooms altogether. So there are different styles from budget to exclusive luxury hotels. We all have it. We have it in the city, and we have it in the islands as a resort hotels as well. So all brands, international brands and local brands are available. So there are a few new hotels just opened this year. One of them is the Kimpton Hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui. It has 500 rooms. It's right in the center of Tsim Sha Tsui. And that the Hopewell Hotel is more like a convention hotel because it's quite close to the Hong Kong Convention Center in Wan Chai. It has 1,000 rooms. So it has all kinds of facilities for your meetings, event, and special occasions. Hong Kong is a city that celebrates year-round events and festivals, and we have our Chinese traditions, and we also have the British influence. So we are really the place where the East meets the West. So in terms of celebration and festival, we celebrate everything. So every month, literally, there is something going on in Hong Kong. And when you go to our website, you will be able to see the event calendar listed over there. But a few things coming up. We are now in September, so a few things coming up. The Tai Hang Fire Dragon is on parade during the Mid-Autumn Festival. So Mid-Autumn Festival is the 18th day of the lunar 8th month. So we celebrate with family get-together, lanterns, fire dragon dancing. So it's coming up. It's very colorful and it's also very sensual with the scent of the incense that's burning and parading in the street. So you can hear the sound, the smell, and the laughter and the screaming and everything. Just exciting. And then coming up, also a very important event is the Hong Kong Wine and Dine Festival. It will take place on October 23rd to the 26th this year. And international wineries and also it pair with the local restaurants for food and wine pairing. It will be at the waterfront of the Hong Kong Island. So it's a must visit. If you can go there or your clients are going there, make sure they visit the festival, and I might have some admission ticket for you. So if you need it, email me. So I'll see what I can do. And coming up as well is the New Year countdown, and then the major event in February is the Chinese New Year. There are a lot of airlines with direct services going from Canada and US to Hong Kong. When you look at the bottom, you can see total weekly flight from US to Hong Kong is 109. Total from Canada is 49. So for North America, it's 158. In terms of gateway, in Canada, it's Vancouver and Toronto. And then in the US, we have 6 gateway right now. Boston, JFK, Chicago, LA, San Francisco, and Dallas. Except for San Francisco and LA, we also have the direct service from United Airlines. And then the rest of the gateways are offered by the Cathay Pacific Airways. And others, exciting news about the airlines to Hong Kong. By October 26th, United Airlines would have the flight directly from LA and San Francisco going to Hong Kong. They are servicing double daily. So there are 4 flights out of the West Coast every day going to Hong Kong. And then from Hong Kong, they will continue the flight to Saigon, Ho Chi Minh City, and the other flight will be going to Bangkok. So when you look at the flight, when you look at all the offer, Hong Kong is not just the end of your trip from the US. It's actually is connected to other part of the world. You go without saying for Cathay Pacific, Hong Kong is only the hub. They have flight going to China and going to Southeast Asia and other part of the world. But even now, United is going beyond Hong Kong into Vietnam and Thailand.
So there you go. As you can see, as Linda said, Hong Kong is a small area with packs a big punch, but it's also a central hub to other areas within Southeast Asia. So when you look to Hong Kong, obviously look to Hong Kong itself, but look at it as a gateway to the rest of Asia, and you can combine multiple experiences within there and the island of Hong Kong, as well as the surrounding areas. Linda, is there anything else you'd like to say before we say goodbye to our listening audience?
Well, I just wish you well and thank you very much for your time. Feel free to reach out to us if you have any question, and I look forward to seeing everybody again. Thank you,
Wonderful.
Don.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Lynn. Sorry, didn't mean to talk over you there. Thank you, everyone, for listening in. Please check out the rest of our Goway 55th virtual presentations, and we will talk to you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Goway 55th Virtual Roadshow, and that's in celebration of Goway's 55 years in business. We started back in 1970 with North America, then South Pacific, including Asia, then Africa, and then I joined the company, and one of my mandates was to bring on the Latin America area of the world, which I did, and I've loved Latin America. Used to be a tour guide down there, so I have a great passion for the region, and I have a close affinity to our next presenter, and that is LATAM, which is the big carrier based out of Chile in South America, but they service the whole region. And speaking to us today is Giannina Asti. She's from LATAM, of course, and she's the key accounts manager for LATAM. And she's going to talk us through the airline, where it goes, and what a fantastic airline it is. So, Giannina, over to you, please.
Hi, everybody. As Don mentioned, my name is Giannina Asti. I am the key account manager for LATAM Airlines. I have been working with the company for about almost 18 years. Different areas. So I know the cooking nannies like everywhere in the company. So I know how to go around with some stuff. So I would like to share with you some information about LATAM and why you should choose LATAM Airlines when you think about South America. Just to give you a snapshot, LATAM is the largest airline group in Latin America, with an extensive network, as you can see, of over 140 destinations all over across the region and throughout North America. We have some U.S. gateways, including New York in JFK, Boston, Atlanta, Miami, Orlando, and LA. We serve nonstop flights daily to Lima, Santiago, Quito, Bogota, Sao Paulo, Fortaleza, and very soon to Guayaquil and Buenos Aires as of December 1st. I know that Goway's core strength is tailor-made travel. So South America, LATAM gives you the tools to sell it confidently. And here's how. As you can see, we have a large access with a massive network. You can send your passengers to Machu Picchu via Cusco, to the Patagonia via Puerto Natales or Punta Arenas, to the Amazon via Manaus or the Peruvian side in Iquitos, to the Atacama Desert via Calama, and of course, the Galapagos Islands. We have great consistency and reliability. As the national airline of many countries in South America, like Chile, Peru, and Brazil. We offer the best-in-class coverage, not just internationally, but also regionally. If you're building multi-tours, your best bet is with LATAM, so the passengers can have a smooth one-time travel. So now we can review the cabin experience. We offer the premium business in our Boeing 767, the 777, and in our Dreamliners. And we also the premium economy in the Airbus 319s, 320s, and A321s. For the premium business class, we offer a full flat bed. Everybody has a direct aisle access. They have more space for personal items, and we have the latest generation in-flight entertainment system. Also, I would like to mention that we have a South American wine list curated by the master sommelier. Now, for the regional and domestic flights, we offer the premium economy cabin. So the passengers, they have access to the VIP lounge when traveling internationally within the region. They have more space in between the seats as well. They get to board with priority, and they have an exclusive baggage compartment. And then for the economy seats, in the international flights, we offer the LATAM Plus, which offers more space in between the seats. Passengers get to board also before than the rest of the cabin. These seats also have more recline, and they have an exclusive baggage compartment. I would like to mention also that we are updating all of our Dreamliners. As of right now, we have 4 of them ready. And the premium business class, actually, they are going to become mini suites. So we are adding sliding doors to provide more privacy and comfort to the passengers. Now, I would like to talk to you about the fare families that we offer. The best bet for your passengers is always go with the highest brand. For example, for the economy cabin, it will be best to offer the full, as it offers more flexibility and more peace of mind to the passengers. And for the premium business cabin, to go with a full, which is the EG, also to give more peace of mind to the passengers. The difference in between them and then the rest of the fare families is that they allowed as many changes as the passengers need. They are fully refundable. So it really makes a difference. And this is also the branded fares for the domestic and regional flights. Here we are included a basic fare. But also, we recommend selling the full just to give a better service for the passengers. Now, as for the tools that we offer, we have the LATAM Trade. This website is like the Bible. It has all kinds of information. It has commercial policies. It has emergency announcements if there's a strike, if there is some weather problems. So here, the site is going to tell you exactly what you should do and how to proceed with the passengers. It also tells you about everything about fares, ticket modifications, refunds. It also has loaded some manuals in order to use some of the websites and much more. It also has a chat feature that you can use so you can talk live with one of our agents. And I would like to show you as well about the group website. We have done actually many improvements to the site, and the latest one is the instant purchase policy. So here, we give you more options and better fares in order to secure a group. If you already have the names of the passengers and you can issue early, you can get even a better price. And this is our support contact. We have the operational support, which is available for you 24/7. So if you have schedule changes, fare inquiries, EMD issues, any kind of inquiries that you might have about the commercial procedures or any emergency changes, this is your contact. So as I mentioned, available for you 24/7. Then we have our sales support department, which is available for waivers, one deals, and refunds. They are available from 9 to 5 Eastern Time.
Thank you, Giannina. A couple of questions for you. Pre-COVID with LATAM, I know you used to have an air pass, which meant that if you bought your international airfares with LATAM, you could receive reduced rates for the more sectors you would purchase regionally. And almost any trip to South America will entail some regional travel. One of the most popular ones, Lima to Cusco and back, for Machu Picchu, out to the Galapagos. Connecting throughout Chile will often involve flights, as it will in Argentina, so on, because it's such a big country.
Yes.
Does that still exist, the air pass?
Is still on.
Oh, it does. They're still there. Okay, that's good. Also, pre-COVID, you used to have a flight, I believe, that would go from Santiago, Chile to Easter Island or Rapa Nui and then continue on into either New Zealand or Australia. Does that flight
The
still
Santiago
exist or is
Easter
that
Island,
gone?
yes, but the Easter Island Papete, not
Yes,
anymore.
Yeah, that was the one. Not anymore. Oh, it's a shame. Yeah, because we used to be able to sell. You could go to Australia via Chile, but you can't anymore, or at least with LATAM Airlines. And the other thing that was very interesting, at least from my point of view, is the groups aspect that you have with LATAM Airlines. Because remember, Goway has one of the largest groups department in North America. So combining our expertise with the land, with LATAM's expertise with the group air, will obviously put together the perfect group for Latin America, or sorry, South America to be particular. Okay, pause.
Yes,
Giannina, can you just stop sharing your screen, please? Thank you. Okay, so we'll pick up from there. So you mentioned some of the aircraft and how you're overhauling some of your aircraft from the cabin point of view. Is there any new routes coming on board? You mentioned directly into Guayaquil as well. And I need to ask for our Canadian agents if they want to send people from Canada. I can't remember now. Do you have direct flights or flights out of Canada, or they'd have to go
it
into
will
the US
be
to pick up
via
the
the
LATAM
US.
network?
At the moment, we don't have any flights from Canada. I know that for 2026 and 2027, we're coming with new flights, but we don't know exactly yet which are the routes. But they have mentioned they're coming to North America, so we're hopeful. Yes.
Okay, then. It's a fantastic airline. Through my time as a travel guide down there and looking after Latin America product here at Goway, I've utilized LATAM both internationally and regionally. They're fantastic airlines. They get you anywhere you need to go within South America. So before we go, Giannina, is there anything else you'd like to say to our listeners before we do say goodbye?
No, well, just thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to the Goway team. I know they're a huge part of our day to day. And I would just like to tell them to keep us in mind for they are looking into South American tours. The passengers are really going to appreciate all the connectivity that we have is very seamless. The service on board, in which we had won so many awards, they are really going to start their trip on board. So it is going to be a beautiful experience.
100%. So basically what Giannina just said then, that's LATAM. Definitely check it out when you have an inquiry, be it a group or an FIT down to South America. I'd like to thank Giannina for her time today. And as always, thank you out there for your time. We know you have a busy day out there, and we appreciate you giving a little bit to us so you can learn a little bit more about our fantastic supporters. And LATAM has been a big supporter of us almost from day one. Oh, actually from day one with the Latin America team. And I can speak to that firsthand because I remember working with them back in the day. So thank you again to you. Thank you, Giannina, and we will talk to you all soon.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome everyone to the celebrations of Goway's 55 years in business, and this is our virtual roadshow. And as mentioned, if you've watched some of our other modules, particularly with representatives from the Great Land Down Under, you would know, but I'll just go over it again for those who may have missed that Goway built its fame and its reputation in the 80s on selling to the South Pacific. And to this day, we are the largest mover of people from North America down to Australia. So Tourism Australia has always been an integral part of our operation. They have been a fantastic supporter from day dot, and they continue with that support by joining us on our 55th Roadshow in person and here virtually. And to talk us through some of the highlights of Australia, of which there are many. Yes, I am biased. I am from Sydney, Australia originally. I'm speaking to Melanie Schinkel. Did I get your last name right?
Yeah,
okay.
That's perfect.
And most Aussies who represent the country, they hang out in LA, where most big head offices are for obvious reasons. But Melanie's coming to us from Vegas. So I guess the weather. Where are you from originally? Because you do have an Aussie accent.
I do, yes. I'm from the Gold Coast in Queensland.
Queensland girl. Okay, I'm from New South Wales, and there's always a friendly rivalry between the two states.
Of course.
I guess with the growing up in the Sunshine State, literally, you quite like the weather of Vegas and the heat?
Yeah, I appreciate that the humidity is lower here, though.
Yeah, good point. Whereabouts in Queensland, or did you answer that? Sorry, I might have missed that in your answer.
Yeah, on the Gold Coast. So I'm more from the hinterland area near Mount Tamborine. So, close to getting to the beach still, but the beautiful rainforest area as well. So, yeah.
Oh, lovely, because my grandparents retired up there, so we were on the Gold Coast, Surfers Paradise, border town of Coolangatta, that type of thing. So, beautiful spot. So, without further ado, I'll pass it over to Melanie, and she's going to talk you through very briefly all the wonders and joys of a trip to the land down under Australia. So, over to you, Melanie.
Amazing. Well, g'day, everyone. And thank you so much for supporting Goway's 55th anniversary by attending this amazing show. As Don said, I'm Mel Schinkel, and I'm delighted to share some tips on Australia and explain why you need to become an Aussie specialist and what Tourism Australia resources are available to assist you in selling Australia to your clients. But before we launch into it, I would like to acknowledge the traditional Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander owners of the land, sea, and waters of the Australian continent, and recognise their custodianship of culture and country for over 60,000 years. I also want to acknowledge the numerous Native American tribes and First Nations people of wherever you are all joining us from today.
What a beautiful day to go snorkeling. You guys been out to the Great Barrier Reef before?
The Great Barrier Reef? Huh?
Here we are.
G'day.
Where am I?
Australia. And you look like you need a holiday.
Show us what you got.
Let's go.
Welcome to the Sydney Opera House.
It's remarkable.
Yep, it's amazing. Whoa!
I love it. What is it?
A wombat. Oh. I see kangaroos.
Me too.
Come on.
G'day, mate.
Hear that? We're mates.
Woohoo!
G'day, my name is Freddie.
Wow, there's nothing like Australia.
Special, huh?
It would make a great movie.
So what are you waiting for? Come and say g'day.
We come from a land down under.
So as Rose said, it is time to come and say good day. And all Americans and Canadians need to do is obtain a visitor visa before arriving in Australia. All your clients need to do is fill in the Australian ETA before departure via the mobile app, which is only available on the Apple and Google Play stores. I must stress it is not available online or via GDS, only those mobile apps. Now, the Australian ETA costs around 20 Australian dollars, so it's very cheap and is valid for 12 months with a maximum 3-month stay in Australia. If filled in correctly, approval is automatic and your clients will receive a confirmation email. Now, Australia is huge. In fact, I'd like to demonstrate just how big it is by comparing it to the USA. Australia is almost the same size as the USA, but with a population of, around 26.5, 27 million versus the 340 million and growing here in the United States. So not overpopulated and lots of wide open spaces for your clients to explore. Getting down under. So approximate direct flying time from Los Angeles and San Francisco is 15 hours. From Dallas or Houston, a little bit longer, between 17 to 18 hours direct. And travellers can choose from a wide range of airlines that fly non-stop from the USA and Canada, including Qantas, Delta, United and American and Air Canada. Carriers that fly via their hubs to Australia include Hawaiian, Fiji Airways, Air New Zealand, of course, and some of those Middle Eastern airlines. So direct services typically depart from the west coast of the USA, as well as Texas. So as I said, Dallas, Fort Worth and Houston. And they go to the East Coast capital cities of Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, with really easy connections to other Australian cities from there. Now let's look at a popular itinerary that's perfect for a minimum 10 to 14-day visit to Australia. Most first-time visitors to Australia, they want to see all those icons. We refer to this as the Sydney Rock and Reef itinerary, and it covers Sydney in New South Wales, so the wonderful Opera House, Harbour Bridge, Bondi Beach and the Blue Mountains, then off to Uluru and the outback in the Northern Territory, plus the Great Barrier Reef and Daintree Rainforest in Queensland. So you could think of this as Australia's Golden Triangle. Now, Australia is consistently voted as one of the most desired travel destinations on Earth. Most people want to visit, but often there's a reason why they're holding back and not turning that dream into a reality. I'm sure some of you have sent clients to Australia. I really hope you have, while others have had clients that have come up with excuse after excuse as to not to visit. So let's discuss some of the ways you could overcome these barriers and turn that desire to visit into an actual experience they will never, ever forget. I'm worried about the long flight. I get it. Australia, though, is closer than many people assume. Despite popular belief, they are not flying to the moon. A flight to the east coast of Australia is comparable with flights to Los Angeles to Rome. As many flights depart at night, travellers can board their plane, have dinner, settle in with a couple of movies before getting some shut-eye. Before they know it, it's time for breakfast and arrival into Australia. Flights that depart at night will arrive 2 days later, early in the morning, but don't be fooled by the date change. It does not take 2 days to fly to Australia. During the night, the aircraft crosses the international date line, therefore skipping a day. But your client gets that day back, arriving a day earlier when returning to the United States. Many airlines utilise their larger and more modern aircraft on their Australian routes, so travelling down under is more comfortable than it's ever been before. Not enough vacation time. This is a problem in particular for Americans. Now, some travellers assume you need to have a large amount of vacation time to even consider a trip to Australia. But you can experience Australia in a short amount of time. In fact, a 10 to 14-day vacation is a good amount of time to allow visitors to experience 2 to 3 destinations at a leisurely pace. The next time they come down under, they can visit a few more locations. Educate your clients. It's not practical to see the whole country in one trip unless they have a lot of time. Australia is a multi-visit destination, and Goway will have amazing ideas on crafting the perfect Australian itinerary, no matter the duration, whether it be a week, 10 days, 2 weeks, or a month. A trip to Australia will cost a lot. I hear this often, but a trip to Australia need not cost a fortune. Of course, costs can vary depending on your client's travel preferences and budget, but it's worth remembering that many of the best experiences in Australia are absolutely free, from seeing a kangaroo or a koala in the wild for the first time to enjoying the many beautiful Aussie beaches. The quality of the accommodation and experiences is also very high in Australia, ensuring good value for money. And let's not forget about the favourable exchange rate at the moment. Now, of course, exchange rates do fluctuate, but currently $1 is purchasing roughly around 1.5 Aussie dollars. So Australia is an affordable destination relative to other Western countries. So, how can you learn even more about Australia? Well, that is simple. You can absolutely ask your Goway rep for advice and help in putting itineraries together. But we also have our award-winning Aussie Specialist program. And this is designed specifically to boost travel advisor confidence in selling Australia to their clients. We also have a fantastic travel trade hub where you can find imagery and video assets to share on your social media channels, plus much, much more, including the Signature Experiences of Australia portal. Now, as a special incentive for all of you today, if you register on aussiespecialist.com and complete the Introduction to Australia curriculum, it'll take you about 90 minutes by September 30. Let me know. I will send you a welcome pack and one of your own adorable little Ruby plush toys. So just email the hotline at tourism.australia.com email once you have completed your training. So thank you so much for your time. I hope this session was a good introduction to Australia. There's so much more to learn. And please reach out anytime if you have any questions.
Thank you, Melanie. That was fantastic. I always like hearing people talk about my hometown or home country. A couple of things that I just like to reiterate on. It is a long way to go, but again, it's not a big deal. I've done it many times, overnight flight. The way you think of it, again, you lose a day, but you gain on the way back, so it all balances itself out. But yeah, the time allowance for it, 10 to 14 days is good. 3 weeks is ideal. 4 weeks and beyond is obviously fantastic. But yeah, what's key and what Goway has seen success through over the years, is again something Melanie brought up. It's a return destination. It's such a big country. Think about it. It's as big as the US and similar in size in Canada. So you couldn't really see the US in 2 weeks, nor could you really see Canada in 2 weeks. So you keep going back. So it's a really good return booking thing. So, more revenue, more bookings, more dollars to your target. Now, the other thing I'd like to add, I want to jump on the back of the Aussie Specialist program, which was mentioned there. Goway has its Goway Pro Travel Academy, and we have our own destination modules within that, focusing on states. We have New South Wales, Queensland, Tasmania, Northern Territory, and Victoria in there. And hearing the deal that Melanie's offering of winning a plush little Rosie if you do the course. What was it, in the next 90 days, you said, from our roadshows?
By the end of September. So
end of September. Okay. Well, actually, can we push that, because this is probably going to not go to air, like the virtual one, until this won't go live until the end of September. Can we make it to the end of October?
Of course. There's always room to move.
See how flexible we Australians are.
Yeah.
I will add to that. So if you do that course, that's obviously that's Tourism Australia's offer there. I will enhance that. If you do one of any of the states within Australia, within the Goway Pro Travel Academy, I will add $50 to your Goway Rewards card in conjunction with what Tourism Australia is doing. So yay!
That's awesome.
Yeah, there you go. So on that note, I'd like to thank Melanie for her time. As always, I'd like to thank you out there for your time. We know you have busy days out there making all those bookings to Australia. So we hope this will give you a bit more information. You have heard there's a whole lot of backup there on the website that was shown. I've forgotten it, sorry. But with all the digital marketing resources as well. The tourism offices of Australia all over North America are there to help you, as is Goway and their destination specialists. And remember, we are the largest mover of people from North America to the land down under. So this is the best place to come to for specialist knowledge and the ideal itinerary to Australia. So thank you, Melanie, and thank you everyone else out there as well.
Perfect. Thanks, Don. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our Goway virtual show in celebration of our 55 years in business. Now, a partner that Goway has worked with almost from day dot is our next guest, and that's Qantas Airlines. And Qantas holds a bit of a spot in my heart for a couple of reasons. One, being an Australian, you grew up with Qantas and the Flying Kangaroo, all their advertising in the, for my time frame, 70s and particularly the 80s, when Australia was the flavor of the month in the US particularly and around the world. But also my stepdad worked for Qantas as a flight steward. And at one stage, he was the longest serving flight crew member in Qantas. That's many years gone by now. So I've flown with Qantas many times in the past. So I know the airline well in the past, but it's come a long way since then. And today we're going to hear all about that, what Qantas can do for you coming out of Canada and the US, flying to not only Australia, but some of the other areas of the South Pacific. And the person who will do that for us today is James Howie. He is the Director of Sales of Qantas for Canada, but again, he'll be talking about both Canada and the US. So, James, I will pass it over to you for your presentation, and at the end we'll have a few Q&A at the end.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Professor Goway. It's great to be here. Great to celebrate Goway 55, and delighted to speak to the trade across the U.S. and Canada and bring some awareness to the Qantas brand across America. So I'll just share my screen. Thanks again for having us, Professor Goway, and excited to be here as part of the Goway 55 Agent Roadshow on behalf of Qantas and our entire team in the Americas. I look forward to sharing the next few minutes, briefly sharing with you what Qantas is and what that makes a difference on the Qantas experience. I should spend some time on our international flight network and share with you a bit more about where we reach, not only around Australia, but to the world. We do have over 100 destinations across Australia and the world, and even more with our partners that totals 1,300 different destinations, thanks to our partnerships globally. What's really important, I think, for our agents across the Americas that understand our gateways. We do fly from 5 major gateways in America and Canada, as well as Santiago, you'll see in South America. So pointing out Vancouver, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Dallas, and New York. Exciting to talk about New York, actually, because not only does this market serve Auckland and with a one-stop service through Auckland to Sydney, but soon we'll have Project Sunrise launched in the next year and a half or so. And New York is slated to be one of those early routes on Project Sunrise, which is the evolution of ultra long-haul flying on the Airbus 350-1000. So we're excited to share more with the trade as that route evolves. But more recently, when I look at Dallas, we've just relaunched Airbus 380 service on their Super Jumbo on Dallas, Sydney, and going to daily later this year. So we're very excited about the extra capacity and that aircraft servicing the Dallas catchment. And as well from select markets from Los Angeles, we also fly the Airbus 380 service. When we're looking at San Francisco and Vancouver, we do have the 787 Dreamliner, which is an excellent aircraft for those two markets. An important feature of Qantas when you're booking Qantas for your clients is the Qantas Explorer Pass. This is a really convenient, discounted product for itineraries, international itineraries that connect to a domestic itinerary in Australia. So how does it work? When you're booking an international economy flight to Australia or New Zealand, this just allows you to add those discounted rates for segments within the country. You might be going to the Great Barrier Reef, you might be traveling to Perth, perhaps Hobart. However, you can take advantage of this product in 3 distinct zones. So there's over 100 routes, there's 3 zones, and it'll all price within your GDS. So simply build your international itinerary, add those domestic segments, and then enjoy the discounts that ensue. It's really important, though, that you book your clients on the international leg so that you can take advantage of this product, because it is not available for strictly domestic bookings that would be our normal tariffs would apply. And when you're doing that, you're also giving your client some peace of mind, knowing that if there was an interruption to their trip and they're ticketed on a continuous journey with Qantas, they'll be able to take advantage of the reprotections and such that ensue in the unlikely event that there's an interruption on their stay. One important feature of our network is our relationship in One World. We are a founding member with One World, and within that family is our partnership with American Airlines. American Airlines offers the most unparalleled coverage throughout the Americas to the gateways that we service. And you'll see on this visual here the networks, the American flies to hubs like JFK, Dallas, Los Angeles, even from Vancouver heading south to some of our gateways, their service. And then you'll pick up either the American Airlines flight to Australia or the Qantas Airlines flight all the way to our gateways, as you can see on the map. You can expect the same sort of benefits of any frequent flyer program with reciprocity on points, on status credits, and through baggage and such that are all part of these benefits, not to mention lounge access and party boarding and such. A feature I do like to speak about in the short time we have together today is our international business class in-flight experience. Well, on our Airbus 380s, we do offer a 4-cabin configuration, which includes first, business, premium economy, and economy class. On our 787 Dreamliner, servicing many of our American gateways that you saw, we do offer the 3-class configuration, including our international business class in-flight experience. This is a world-class premium customer experience with renowned in-flight entertainment and comfort in every cabin. I have to say it is an absolute gemmed experience. As Professor Goway said, he's flown on us previously and had a many experience with your family, and I'm sure you've had this experience as well. But if you haven't, please come on board. We have our lie flat suites. We include pillows, duvets, mattress set, premium plant-based menus, signature cocktails, and iconic Australian ice cream. And one of the features I enjoy the most is the flat white, which only on Qantas really experience anywhere in the world, a flat white offered within the business cabin if you're a coffee drinker like me. Last piece I'll mention is the signature Qantas pajamas, which is a really neat feature on board Qantas. And those are absolute keepsakes that people love when they fly on board the Qantas business class experience. So think about this for your clients. Important for you within the trade is to have that central contact on all things Qantas, centrally hubbed at QantasAgencyConnect.com. Please take advantage and register if you have not already for all of your servicing needs, the Learning Hub, and any questions on our NDC evolution. It is all housed here. Everything from schedule changes, fare reassessments, cancel a ticket in air, manage your bookings, and fare rule waivers. Those are all features of this site. Not to mention learning more about Qantas. We only have a short amount of time here today, but this is a really important asset for your knowledge base going forward. So I'd like to say thank you. Say thank you for all your support. We're excited to have you and your clients on board Qantas in your next flight to Australia. We are Australia, and we look forward to welcoming you home very soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James. Just a couple of quick questions before we say goodbye. You mentioned Project Sunrise, which I think most people would be aware of, which is the big nonstop from New York. I noticed on the flight map that you put up, and again, it just might be for convenience of the globe. Do you actually fly over the US, or do you go over the Middle East and down through Asia? Has that been set up yet, as in the direction of the flight?
It's not firm, but my understanding is we will take that route over the Americas. Today, that route does fly from JFK, over the southern United States, over Mexico, and over the Pacific as it heads to Auckland. And eventually that route will just deviate slightly to go nonstop right to Sydney, as opposed to make the fuel stop that it does today in Auckland.
And what's the estimated flight time when that comes in, the actual nonstop?
You'll on that route, you'll just be shy of about 19 hours because right now to Auckland, it's about 17 hours, it's JFK Auckland. So just a couple more hours to get across to Trans-Tasman.
I would assume that the economy seating will be a little bit sort of more expansive than a normal configuration due to the length of the flight.
It's important. This was a project done with industry across the board in terms of the manufacturer, our in-flight crew, understanding the science around food, the need to stretch and have space to, aesthetics and such. So we've redesigned the cabin completely to factor all those features in on what that next iteration of travel will look like. So the seat plan and template has not been firmed up yet, but we have shown snapshots where we have, stretch lounges and places we'll be able to get up in the aircraft and move about to encourage mobility and movement for such a long journey. Not to mention more premium focus with premium cabin seats on that aircraft, with premium economy and business cabin being a central focus for such a long journey.
Yeah. I'd like to, when it comes into into operation to do that one, just because, you know, it's a long way, but
it is.
Even though it's 19 hours, just doing it in one hit is actually, I think, would be a better way of doing it. However, another key point, just to reiterate something that James brought up in his presentation, for those who maybe not be aware, Australia's a big country, you know, big like the US, big like Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that you can hook into Qantas's domestic connections, in that, I'm probably going to use the wrong term here, but the air pass is how I would think of it, is a big thing, because almost every trip down to Australia will involve some domestic flight. It doesn't have to, but generally speaking, it will. So being able to take advantage of some reduced domestic connections around such a big country is a big plus as well.
Absolutely.
And I haven't seen the Qantas pajamas, but I do know, because my stepdad worked for Qantas, he did bring home a lot of the little kits from
merch.
Again, as he got seniority, he worked first class for the most part. Yeah, and he brought home some merch. And it was very nice back then, so I can only imagine now that the merch is even better with
it never
Qantas.
gets old. It doesn't.
Never gets old. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's fun.
In the 21st century. So as James mentioned, these are all very sort of brief overviews of our partners. If you have any questions or more in-depth questions, you can reach out to a destination specialist here at Goway in our FIT department or in our air department. But as always, and any time you wish, you can also reach out to Qantas directly, to James if you're in Canada, and their big office headquarters in LA, so you can reach out to them directly there for any of our US agents as well. Anything you'd like to say before we say goodbye, James?
I would just like to say thank you. Congratulations on a great event, and we're really excited to showcase a real premium experience from anyone's home market to Australia. The Qantas brand is really truly Australian, so we hope to welcome you on board the moment you get to the aircraft door. Thank you.
Yeah, it's about as Aussie as throw another shrimp on the barbie. I've got to say that. So everyone out there, thank you for listening in today. Please listen and check out all our other virtual presentations in celebration of Goway's 55th anniversary, 55 years in business.
Yeah.
And we will talk to you soon. Yay.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's exciting. You bet. Thanks, Don.
Well, there you have it. Info, updates, tips and tricks from all over the world. I hope today was beneficial to you in offering up some new information and knowledge to help make your selling experience easier. We are here always to support you in any way possible, and please feel free to reach out to any of us at any time. If you missed out on seeing us in person this year, we will be on the road again in 2026. Stand by for locations. So on behalf of the team, we look forward to meeting you in person sometime soon. We will draw our cash prizes later this week and email our lucky winners and let everyone know who they are via our Instagram and Facebook groups. I'd like to once again thank our sponsors. Our platinum sponsor, Turkish Airlines. Our gold sponsors, Jordan, South Africa and Kyushu. Our silver sponsors, Air Tahiti Nui, Hong Kong, Fiji, Northern Territory Australia, Victoria Australia, Qantas Airlines, LATAM Airlines, and of course, Tourism Australia. And of course, you, our partners in travel wherever you may be. It is because of you we are standing right here, proud and strong after 55 years in business. And it will be our ongoing partnerships that will see you and Goway continue the respective success into the future and hopefully another 55 years. We know how busy you all are, so we really appreciate you making time for us today. We really hope that the 55th Virtual Roadshow was of benefit to you. We look forward to seeing you soon and definitely in 2026. Until next time.